Go producer, get my title going, and then I'll start it in just a second after we get this ironed out.
I could run the Periscope stream in my browser, and then I'll be able to hear. I might hear a slight echo of you, but when you go to play audio, I'll just unmute it, and
Okay,
then I'll be able to hear what's going on.
cool. Yeah, I'm gonna load a lot of this stuff on the fly. I was supposed to have a lot of this stuff here, and I don't, but I've got it close.
Yeah, that's fine. That'll work.
Let's see. We'll get a little White House flag background to start. Hide us. There it is. Beautiful. All right. Let me get the title here.
It's a great thing about having a username like yours is that most people are not going to steal it. You can go to a new website and then
Yeah, I haven't found anyone that shares it yet.
oh, that's great.
Yeah, it makes me happy. I had a
I
lot
love
of people have been like, "Oh my God, that's like the greatest name ever. How'd you come up with it?" Well, the best nicknames are organic. You don't nickname yourself.
That's right.
And I basically played poker at a bar poker league, and I kept knocking this chick out like time after time, and she would get pissed. And like the fifth time, said, "Smooch," or no, she says, "Bruce, you're a cock smooch." I'd never even heard that term before,
Never heard it
and
either.
yeah, she was from Michigan. So later on, we became friends, almost like family. Me and about 40 or 50 people, and got our own poker house going. And one night she said, "You're Smooch. You're not a." She goes, "Bruce, you're not a cock smooch anymore. You're just Smooch." And it was picked up, and I've been Smooch for probably 15 years. And then when I met my fiance, I have white and black hair, and I had spots for a while, white spots. And she called me Panda. So when I created my
Ah, there we
account,
go.
yeah, when I created my account, I decided to be Smooch Panda, and it's worked. Nobody's nobody's Smooch Panda anywhere, and I dig that.
No, it's great. It's a good nickname really goes a long way, and you can keep it with you for the rest of your life.
Yep. All right, let's get this title hammered out, and then we'll get started because people will be pissed. I thought you said real time. It is real time, my time.
That's it.
Let's see. I hate when I misspell something in a title, so I'm anal about it.
Oh, I do it all the time.
How'd you like that freaking last picture I sent you of the uh, 0 hours Dindu News crew, the Kate Steiner verdict?
You know, it is. They're so weird because I kind of understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to grab that edginess that real edge lords use online, but they just don't do it correctly. And it's not. You could still be edgy and still kind of ride that line of being almost completely tasteless without people rolling their eyes and saying what a jerk. And they don't know how to do that.
They don't. Let's see. MAGA shenanigans. I love saying that. I think I like this title. Pandemonium with special guest Doug Stewart at Ghost of Stew. Breitbart, MAGA shenanigans, and all around chicanery.
That's pretty damn good. I
Yeah,
like that.
I just came up with that. Okay, so let me get my music ready behind it. Video. Yeah, there's too much going on with this OBS for me to do what I want to do. I need to pound out some videos beforehand, and then I can just say play, play. But I try and do everything live on the spot, including transitions, and it makes it. What? What is? Oh, okay. Thank you. My gal noticed that my screen was showing my cowboy hat.
I didn't even notice it until she said
Yeah, I
anything.
didn't either. All right. Say hi, Stu. You don't see him quite yet here.
Hi.
Hello, how you doing?
Hello.
There she is. That is April. She
Hello,
keeps
April.
me. She
Nice to
keeps
meet you.
me alive. Thanks. Love you. All right, we're going live here in just a second. Right.
You know what I got that made my life a lot easier too was a little piece of kit called a Stream Deck made by Elgato. Have you ever seen one of those?
No.
I'll send it over to you. It's what it does is it links right up with OBS and it can combine all sorts of functions. So when you want to, let's say if you wanted to transition from one scene to another, but you also wanted to play a stinger and some music, you could put it all in there and then just press one button and it just goes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'll
Excellent.
send it over to you. It's worth the money, dude. I'm telling
Oh,
you.
hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, I want to definitely, after we close out the show, I want to talk to you a little bit about some things that might improve me, send me in the right direction. Maybe some apps or something that will help. Well, fuck, I want to, I need to learn how to meme. That's just on the side, but more, put together some things. Glenn's real good at Photoshop, and it's something I've tried to get into, but just hadn't had the right, teachers or anything. All I'm trying to do is just make it not look stupid.
I'm terrible with Photoshop. I'm terrible with photo and video. I really am. I got to go to other people, but anything else I could probably help you out with.
Awesome. I have no doubt. Cool.
And if I can't, I'll tell you who can. I'll send you in the right direction at least,
All right. Oh yeah. Well, I got to load up. I got a friend of mine that's part of our group is a veteran, and her son, out of the blue, walks up, sees a flag through a window, and does his Pledge of Allegiance. That's how we're going to start the show after we get going.
No kidding.
Yeah,
That's cool.
Yeah, so I'm definitely going to bring that up. But okay, right now, need any imagery? My music will play. Yeah, let's do it. All right, we're going to go live, and when I start talking, then we're actually live and looking at us.
Cool. I'll wait for your cue.
Awesome. 'cause I was sent to warn you, the devil's in the next room. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get this show started, I would like for a recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands,
Mom,
one
I want to
nation,
see. You can.
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Buddy, oh my God. Oh, that was beautiful.
That was spectacular. Now, let's go ahead and load up our screens. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know who that was our very own Ann Kelly's son. Phenomenal. And why all of a sudden am I having trouble with my background? Give me one sec. There I am. There you are. There they go. And we are on. What is up, fam? Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Pandamonium with my special guest, the international man of mystery himself, Douglas Stewart, otherwise known on Twitter as we speak as @GhostOfStew. How the hell are ya, Doug? Say hi to the MAGA fam.
Hey, MAGA fam. I'm doing great. I'm always doing great. I'm pretty much a happy person all the way around. So if you ask me that question, I'm always going to say great.
Fantastic. Me as well. I think I want to get a little better background going, something a little more in the... since you are a journalist at Trade in the beginning when you started, this gives me a more newsy feel behind you now. And we'll take off the gaudy pandemonium lettering. Awesome. I don't know if you guys know who Douglas Stewart is. I did not. Maybe you've seen him around Twitter a little bit here lately. But Doug's a very interesting guy, and I've done a deep dive into, my God, about a decade's worth of what I could pull up on you. I'm sure there's a lot more. But tonight, guys, we're going to have fun. We're going to shoot the shit with Doug. We're going to talk about the past, a little bit of what motivates him, what motivated him, and then, our newest shenanigans that we see going on. Basically, the continued exposure of fake MAGA, something that the people in this room understand very well. They've been part of fighting the scourge of, let's just say, grifters, scammers, fleecers, all around just pieces of shit. We don't mince any words in this scope, Doug, so do not feel like you have to watch your language in any way, because I will not. There's no moderators in this room. Hint, hint to the guy named Bruce's scope that I went into earlier. who I said Vander cunt and had a 2-minute timeout. That's a real pet peeve of mine, is this moderator chat. If you're going to block somebody, then, block somebody. But to have your cronies mute someone, and then if they do that multiple times, that carries over. I leave Bruce's scope after getting 2 timeouts, and I've got like a 15-minute timeout. I go to Doug's scope. I can't talk in Doug's scope. That's fucking bullshit. That is crap. I had a 12-hour timeout because I called out Ann Vanderhoor on YVA, and the moderators gave me another timeout, I guess, broadcast limited, for 12 fucking hours. So, yeah, that's a pet peeve. That's another show for another time, I guess.
So you're telling me that if you get timed out in one person's scope, that carries over into another broadcast?
Yeah, you get a timeout throughout Periscope. And normally if it's 2 minutes or 5 minutes, it's no problem. But I got a 12-hour fucking timeout, and I went over to the MNN scope, MAGA News Network, and was actually having to email to Glenn, the guy that was producing the show, just so I could have my voice heard, which of course he was nice enough to broadcast it to a much larger audience than I would have been able to affect. But yeah, exactly. It's stupid.
That's a weird thing, because realistically, I mean, this is supposed to be your space, right? And there might be things that would offend one broadcaster and not another. So to have that carry over, that's odd. That's it seems a little misplaced, a little misguided, to be honest.
It does. It means one idiot on Periscope can silence my voice across the entire platform. It's pretty fucked up, to be honest.
Yeah.
No doubt. Well, let's I'm not going to do a shit ton of talking right now. I want to hear a little bit about you. If you could tell the folks a little bit about how, just tell us how it all started for you. I know you started as a little one, and probably about 4 you got that journalistic bug. 5 you were, Clark Kent. And no, I'm kidding. Go ahead, Doug. Introduce yourself to the folks if you don't mind.
Sure, no problem. I actually I didn't start off in this whole field initially. What happened was I actually came from a sales background, and during that time I started contributing to trade publications, and it was just a little here and there. And eventually, when I wanted to leave the industry that I was in, it just so happened that somebody that I used to work with said, "Hey, why don't you try writing on current events, technology, politics, things like that?" And I said, okay, I'll give it a shot. And then it just sort of snowballed from there, to where I went from helping people start up their blogs and their websites to eventually being on with Yahoo News, and then with the ABC division of Yahoo. And then it got kind of jaded fairly quick through the 2008, 2009 timeframe. And I just wanted to go back to helping people out behind the scenes. That's really what I've been doing ever since. So if anybody is starting up a website, like even now, I have friends of mine who are way too busy to write for their own websites, and I'll just hop in there. You'll never know because they are the authors, but I'll hop in, I'll write it up, and then boom, it just gets published. And then that way too, if I cause any problems, all of the heat is off of me,
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. It seems to me from the outside looking in, and probably the most intriguing thing for me right off the bat was you did seem to be an open book. You encouraged people to research you, which I did, and it's not an easy task, I must say. Google makes it to where you really have to put in the right keywords and whatnot to actually find people. But I noticed that you've been in the fight for quite a long time. And when you joined the fight and started having to go after some despicable people, you knew they were going to come after you. So you beat them to the punch. And on your blog, it's ameristroika.wordpress.com.
Yeah, it's kind of defunct now. I update it every once in a while, but I might be bringing it back. But yes, that exactly. Go ahead.
That's where I found a lot about you. But I found it interesting that like 8 years ago, you decided to post your basic rap sheet of about a 2-year period of time where you were young and broke the rules, and looks like you paid your debt. And it seemed to me that you stole their power away from them, trying to use that against you.
Yeah, as soon as you start going after people online, the only thing that they could do is they could only use the information that they could find available on you against you. And anything that's tried to be that you try to bury or hide or get around, they're going to use it against you, and you're going to look like a fool. So um, back around the time, I think it was when the Anthony Weiner scandal hit. There's a whole backstory on that we can get into, but I was pretty deep into that. There was a group of a few of us. And we were getting a complete onslaught from what are basically career trolls. So I just decided, I was like, you know what? I was like, I'm just going to throw it out there because now we have a clean slate. And then anytime it pops up, I can point back to people and say, well, don't you feel dumb because I put it out there? You found what I've given you, you know? So yeah, and we're seeing that recently too with the this sort of weird grifting crew that is known. What is YVA? Is that what they are? Young
Yeah.
Voice America. What is that? I don't even know what they are now.
Yeah, it stands for Your Voice America, but they're not my voice in any way, shape, form, or fashion. And the voice has gotten scammier and crazier and griftier over the last couple years that I've been involved with following them. My backstory on that is I was one of their biggest fans. I was probably their loudest proponent on the chat during every one of. I didn't miss their episodes. I was really into Bill Mitchell. I liked the fact that he could get these great people on. His co-hosts were what really made it. I mean, he had Ginger McQueen. He had Joe Dan Gorman to start. Carrie Kellerman, who is another just class act. He brought on Adam Gingrich. He brought on Brian Hassine. I know I'm missing some, but he had really great co-hosts different nights, and so the information was there, and it was feeding my MAGA fix. It was when they decided to start doing these meetups and realize that 500 people would come together from all over the country for nothing, like, no gain to themselves other than to meet each other. And from there, they immediately focused, okay, wow, we got this many people together. How can we profit off this? Well, as soon as that started rearing its ugly head, for me and a lot of the people in this group that's listening tonight said, screw it. And, I'll give you a little bit more backstory because I realize that this scope is going to bring in a lot of people that don't know me. I am also an open book. I've also had trouble when I was younger. My very first scope said that I would love to run for office, but I can't. The infamous BB gun incident, one day you will all know. Anyway, but I will say this, I've never been a liberal. So, that's one thing that I heard and read right off the bat, that you are a former recovering liberal. So the fact that you overcame that for me is massive. Maybe touch on what turned you from. I mean, Andrew Breitbart explained his story, how he was a liberal, and then the Clarence Thomas hearings completely shattered that whole liberal mindset he had, because he heard one thing on the news and saw other things with his own eyes, and that just totally opened his eyes and turned him towards conservatism. Well, what was it for you?
For me, I think it was really, I think I started to drift away from that because I agree with what Andrew said, that you're a default liberal, right? You come out of college and, you know exactly how the world works and how things should be. But I think realistically, when I first started paying taxes, of course, right? But when it really started to sink in for me was I was actually in between jobs, and I used to get up every day and basically drink coffee all day and just read books. And I had a little Bose Wave radio on the table next to me. When I got tired of reading, I would turn it on. And out of nowhere, it wouldn't pick up FM anymore. And the only thing I had was AM. At that point, I turned it on, and the only channel it would pick up was Rush. And I said, okay. I said, I've heard of this guy. This is that crazy Nazi, right? We've all heard about him, right? The king of fascism. This is the guy who only, from what I know, from what I've been told, is that he lies all the time. And I said, I should try to just start up a blog and address all of his lies. And I sat there with a notebook. I wrote down everything that he said. Then I would go to my computer and check it out. And I started to realize that there's two sides to every story. And once that started to set in a little bit, I had to start to learn that I couldn't trust what the news was showing to me because it was geared towards entertainment mostly. Here's your snippet, right? Oh, we got a new emoji for that, right? Is that what that's for? That's it, right? Small news snippet. That's what the new emoji's for. Um, and I realized that we would have something that's thrown at us just for really entertainment value and a little bit of information. And there was a whole other world out there of things going on. And it really, at that point, I started to say, well, wait a minute. If just the top 5 things in the news are incorrect, what about the rest of it? There's a whole nother world out there. And that sort of started my whole quest. Even when I hopped on to Twitter and even started a new blog, it was the whole world was open. You could become sort of a pamphleteer of the old days where, you could find something wrong, get an audience and say, take a look at this, please. And if I'm wrong, tell me where I'm wrong, be open to criticism.
Absolutely.
And that was really it, because before that I wasn't really concerned about anything political at all. It was the fascination of seeing something that was not correct and trying to do my best to correct it if I found a better answer.
Right. And so you probably found a lot of what the liberals were telling you was the incorrect thing and not what Rush was saying, I assume.
Yeah, most of the time I was pretty shocked that we would get such one-sided news. I mean, I heard older folks talk about it, and always say, hey, you see bumper stickers, like, don't trust the media or you're being brainwashed. And I thought it was a lot of hullabaloo, because you see something like that, and we were talking earlier where the older generations will say things and you'll roll your eyes, and then 20 years later you start to realize that they were kind of right about a lot. So it was weird. It was a really kind of a rebirth, because I kind of felt like I was walking through the world and only seeing what was shown to me. And when I was able to finally look for myself, I could then, who knows, if it was right, I'd say, okay, that was spot on. Most of the times it wasn't. And I was pretty shocked. After that is when I started really taking deep dives into things that really caught my eye. That we can go over them later if you want, but even like the Egyptian revolution, how it was basically staged by government using technology to try to foster this. And that whole story wasn't being told at all. It was just, well, here's a revolution. It's great. We need to support this. It's like, well, wait a minute. There's a lot going on here that people should probably know about. So, I kind of think that technology itself has sort of democratized information. I think that's a good thing, because it allows people who see something to say something and also get the message out. Whereas before the internet and before blogging and Twitter and these live streams and broadcasts, you couldn't do that. You could maybe yell at your neighbors a little bit or family and friends at a get together about what the real story was, but
you didn't have a reach. Yeah, and we
Right.
did touch on that earlier, and I want to thank you for that, because you said something that did, kind of hit home. When I introduced myself to Stu, I basically said, hey, I'm a guy that has a periscope, but I'm not a pundit. I'm not a political analyst. I'm not any of these things that you would normally see. I'm not a life coach. Okay, guys, I'm not a life coach. I'm not. I just play one on TV. But, I'm just, I'm a regular guy. Only way I could describe myself is I'm the silent majority. I'm the everyman that woke up June 16th, 2015. And you said that, back during revolutionary times, that there was a lot of people in high places and positions. But one person in particular, Thomas Paine, wasn't. He was the everyman. And he got lumped in and thrown in with all these, great people of the age. And because he was a man of ideas and whatnot, he managed to, have a tremendous effect on our future. And it did. It let me kind of, cemented in my mind that, yeah, I'm not, a pundit. People don't come here to hear my poll numbers or anything else. But common sense is common sense. And when you live life experience, then you should learn off of that and grow. And you should be able to, add something to the mix. And so, I appreciate that. It made me, because I wonder sometimes why people say, hey, Smooch, why haven't you, scoped? Who am I? I'm nobody. I'm just a guy that loves my president, and I absolutely am convinced that we can make our country great again. I think we have to. But anyway, I appreciate that.
And it's really great because the time that we're at right now too. I mean, of course, it seems like we're at a little bit of a saturation point with social media because there's so many ones that try to pop up. I mean, you see like you could have your own private groups in Discord or Telegram. You have Twitter itself. The list is endless. So I think we're at a saturation point. But the good part about that is the ones that don't succeed will kind of trim back, and we'll get back to being what we should be, and that is, of course, people interacting and hopefully getting messages out. It's a little weird. I'm a little mixed on social media right now as far as if it's going to be for the good moving forward, but the capacity is still there for people, anyone, to hop up, get a message out, get an audience. It's there. And we couldn't do that, 20 years ago. So I think that's great. And the ability to mess with the media is still there too, which is always good.
Yeah, the fact that I think you nailed it when you said the pamphleteers of that time. That's pretty much what the tweets were at that time. What the Facebook messaging was, what the Periscope was. They wrote it down pamphlets and they passed them out. And that's how they got the information across. And that's the only way they really could, was word of mouth and through paper that they could pass out, hide it when, the redcoats came around checking. But so, yeah, I mean, it makes sense that in this day and age where information is, you get information overload. But in like the canned lines that we get from mainstream media or their 30-second segment or the 90-second segment, nobody really dives or delves into anything anymore. And so when you can have, a platform, my God, I'm a little itty bitty guy on Twitter, but I've got like 6,800 followers. I can't go talk to 6,800 people. I'll never be able to bring 6,800 people to a room that want to hear what I have to say. So I feel that even if it's a little part of the internet, that if you can affect one life, then you've done something pretty damn major. Just affecting one life.
Sure. Absolutely. I agree 100%.
So when you started realizing what was going on and your eyes were opening and you were having your red pill moment with the media and the narratives that are being pushed, when did you decide that, wait a minute, I actually need to fight back against this type of narrative pushing and everything else?
I would probably say right when I went with Yahoo, because what Yahoo did is they wanted to capture the blogosphere, right? They were seeing a lot of traffic drift away from the news sites. So they started a couple of sites where they would get bloggers to write things with the promise of them being published on the main platforms. And it worked for a little while. The people that were good, they brought over into the news division and published their stuff. But I think once I started getting stories killed is when I knew that something needed to be done, that you really have to fight back. And one of the classic ones was during the Middle Eastern and North African Revolution, which started in the country next to Libya. What the heck's the name of it? Tripoli. No, Tripoli's in Libya.
Yeah, Tripoli's in Libya.
Either way,
Syria?
Nope. I can't believe I'm drawing a blank right now, and I'm usually pretty good with geography. But anyways, the fallout from that led to an uprising of radicals overthrowing the government and Gaddafi. And then shortly after that, we had weapons that were stolen. And I just so happened, I know a guy who was doing private security in the area. And he said, listen, he says, bad news. We hit a weapons cache and it's empty. Surface to air missiles are gone. And I said, are you serious? Are you sure? He says, oh yes, they're American made. Crates are empty. And I tried to run with that story and I brought it to the editors at Yahoo, and all the news up until then was this revolution was good because it was freeing people from oppression. And look, we could have that discussion too, but you have surface to air missiles, which have a 30,000 foot vertical on them, right? And they're gone now. and the only people in the area are not the nicest people. We should probably tell this story. And they killed it. But also at the same time, that intel started to leak out. We saw members of parliament in the UK addressing it in meetings, saying, we should probably close off the airspace around North Africa and the Middle East and the Horn of Africa, because we want planes to fly around it. We don't want them to fly over it. Well, but they wouldn't say why. So anyways, we had that was one of the first stories that I had killed. And I said, this is incredible, because if they do take out an airliner, which they would probably like to do, they're slow moving, they're a big target. I mean, if they take them out, that's what, a couple hundred innocent people that could just be vaporized. It would probably be a good idea to let people know this, maybe even change any travel plans they may have. I mean, so you see something like that get killed with no justification whatsoever. And
yeah, explain to the folks, because you explained it to me, but a lot of ways they keep the narrative rolling is by silencing the other narrative. And how exactly did they kill your story yet, not necessarily keep you happy, but explain to the folks how they actually kill a story.
Oh, sure. So this is easy. There's a couple different ways you could do it. I'll take it from anybody that might be either let's go from a freelance perspective. You would pitch an editor a story, and it's usually a short query that says, this is the deal, here's what I want to write about, and that's it. And they will agree to it. And once they agree to it, it's sort of a contract. Everybody has it a little bit differently. There might be some pay in there, or the type of rights that they're going to use for it. So normally they'll agree to take a story, and then because they've contracted you for that, you give them a final product. They take the product, and then they could turn around and say, this doesn't fit with what we want to do, or the time has passed on this, and they cut you a kill fee, which is a very small percentage of what you are normally going to get paid. And at that point, most of the time they own the story. So you no longer have the rights to that property, and it goes away, really. So that's one way they could do it.
They're actually paying you to shut the fuck up.
Basically, well, remember with one of the things that happened with Trump and something in his personal life, the things that the National Enquirer had, when they were going to Trump and getting money for that, what they were doing is they were selling Trump the rights to the story, and he was buying full exclusive rights to it. So when people have their hands up in the air about, oh my God, the National Enquirer knew, they're in cahoots with him, it's not. They put together a story and they said, we're going to run this, but this is what the story is worth. And he turns around, or one of his attorneys says, we'll buy that from you. What's the price on it? And we want full ownership, full exclusive rights. Then they take it and they put it in a safe, or they shred it. That's what happens in the private sector outside of standard publication, and it's what happens with writers as well. So there's a lot of people that will be on staff somewhere who will make a living off of, I've heard Ann Coulter joke about it, but it's true. There are people that they'll make a living off of just kill fees. They'll put together great stories, and the editors just say, okay, great, here's that pittance of what we were going to give you, and we own the story now.
Right. In the background behind you, I actually have the your YouTube account up with Libya's missing missiles story that you're referring to, the first major one you said that was killed.
Yeah, I put that audio up because what happened was I ran around. Once it got killed, I ran around. I talked to everyone I knew. One of the guys was a Canadian broadcast guy named Andrew Loughton. I knew a friend of his that co-hosted his show. He was one of the first people that I told about it, and even he didn't believe me, and I don't blame him. I mean, it sounded far out, the story itself, but I think 4, 5, or 6 months had passed, and then finally CNN sort of did the exact same story that I technically researched and wrote up and got killed. So when the CNN story broke, now it was official and something that you could actually, how do I want to say, a news source that you could trust, I guess. Is that what CNN is? But anyways, after that, we got to get you on the show, and we talked about it. But yeah, I took the audio and I uploaded it to my YouTube channel just about a year ago, just for kind of like a throwback thing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Going through, you guys check out Doug's YouTube channel. There's gold in there, And I'll bring up some more of that stuff here later. So, you know, when you decided that you had to fight back, you obviously became the enemy. And
Oh
when you
yeah.
become the enemy, then, you know, they have to attack. And I found a tremendous, it took me a while searching, Google researching Q folks. Yeah, try it sometimes. And found this awesome meme that you haven't even seen yet, or at least I don't think you have. So I'm going to put it behind you.
Oh yeah. Pop
And
that up.
I'm going to, this one I named Russian Stew.
I might use it for a banner if it's good enough. Let's take a look. There's a little
It's
bit of delay.
it's pretty good. Yeah, there is a delay. Periscope makes sure of it. Even though I have the low latency set to where it's supposed to be the fastest time between chat and actual, you know, there used to be about a 30-second delay, even a minute delay on Periscope, and I went to low latency and I had about a 2 to 3 second delay, but now they seem to be amping that back up. Right now it looks like there's at least a 30-second delay. So I
Really?
apologize. Yeah, I'm looking right now at the screen live, and I still haven't seen the picture that I popped up. So it
Maybe
will be coming.
maybe that's a testament to just how much activity's on the network. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's growing so much that they have to slow everything down a little bit, you know?
Yeah, I think it is growing too much, but they have like 4 employees. So it's, you know, you can pretty much use their uh, algorithm against people, just like they did with you when your Twitter account was taken down. And I'm going to get to that in a bit. On Periscope, all you need is about 20 to 25 idiots like Shanebo in the room. I didn't block
Yeah.
him, I muted him. Yeah, Silent Shane is so much, I mean, Meg is so much better, no doubt.
I kind of
Uh,
like this one. I want to make it my banner. It just popped up.
Make again Russia great. I told you it
Yeah,
was broken English. I mean, that is fantastic.
I
When
like
I
that.
saw that, I said, "All right, I'm talking to the right guy."
Yeah, that's one of the things that they don't get about this whole thing. I mean, a lot of the people that are on Twitter right now running their mouths, they don't understand. Well, they think they understand ridicule and whatnot, but something like that, I would repost it. I'd make it my avatar. You know, I
Oh,
mean,
absolutely.
it's just amazing. Actually, I
Yeah.
could do it a little bit better, to tell you the truth.
Right.
And I'm terrible at this stuff. So, I mean, if I could do it better than them, they got to really step their game up.
Right. I'm wondering if this is right around the time that you and Luis Mensch went to the Twitter war. If you guys don't know, Luis Mensch is probably one of the vilest cunts on social media. I knew about her for a long time. Seen some of the. She's almost like Q for liberals. She has the most obscene conspiracy theories about President Trump and conservatism, and but mainly Trump and the family, and just my God, I think she's even gone the pedophile route to try and call him a pedophile and say he's gone to Epstein's island and basically project everything that Bill Clinton and the Democrats have done onto him.
So with Luis Mensch, you got to. I didn't start the whole problems with Luis Mensch. Luis wasn't ever really credible to begin with. I'll tell you where I hopped in, but she was already pretty much. She wasn't credible to begin with, and then you had a few people who really started to sort of lay into her and wrap her up in craziness, and it was done perfectly. I think maybe like Microchip and some of the other guys like JB and stuff. Just it was just classic, and you know what they do. They wreak havoc on the internet, and you'll be toast if you ever go up against them. Which, I, from what I've heard, I got an eerie message earlier today. Somebody said that JB is back, and if that's the case, as we get into primary season, it's going to be holy hell. So if you want to get into some holy hell, you should probably talk to him because I heard he made a Discord. But we'll talk about that more later. But Luis
Absolutely.
Mensch, right? Because it ties into this. So Luis Mensch, the thing was, is that with her, she was so desperate to find Russians that she started looking for Russians in her own group, and they took a guy that they had been friends with and just decided that he was going to be a Russian agent. And they went to the extent of making an exact copy of his Twitter account. They hosted their own massive block list on it,
Oh,
and then
wow.
yeah, and then started calling him a Russian agent. And
I hate to interrupt, Stu, but somebody very special just came into our room. The actual Q has entered our room. Everybody say, "Hi, Q." All right. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
wait, what do you mean the actual Q came in?
Dreamcatcher has arrived.
Oh, really? That's see what I mean. See what I mean about him being eerie. You want to know about the
Dude.
mastermind who got this whole thing and Trump going online and the one who destroys everyone? That's who you got to go talk to. I'm very tempted to go check out and see what they're up to. I don't know. He might not like me saying that, but um,
Yeah, I may do that sometime. I have
I
no problem bringing Dreamcatcher on. I got to admit, the interview that with DeFango I thought was extremely lacking, and I would absolutely love to talk about the how it got started, and I really want to know how he felt when he watched every scammer, grifter, liberal in MAGA and in the liberal world decide they were going to latch on to Q.
yeah, you should bring him on because he knows where all the bodies are buried from way back. I mean, if he's ramping up again, it's going to be fun times. So you probably want to get him fairly soon before he starts wreaking complete, just wrecking. Like,
Wrecking people.
yeah, it's just insane. I mean, I think I'm efficient at this stuff, but it's a whole nother level of sophistication there. But with Louise Mensch, it was simple. She trolled one of her own people, a guy who was heavily depressed, and he ended up taking his own life. And it was, yeah,
Is that the Rob guy?
it was. His name's Rob McNeese. He's from Missouri, and all around just a nice guy. Loved the country, loved to travel and see the sights, and just a regular average guy. Him and his wife had, I think they had a web design business and something else. But I mean, it literally just a good regular guy. So I decided, I was like, this is terrible. I wanted to sort of dig into Luis anyway. This is end of November 2017, and I formulated a good idea to kind of set off a war. Just toss a grenade into their camp and just let it explode and see what happens. And it worked. I mean, one of the things that look, I don't know what you guys think about the microchip character, but he's absolutely correct when he says that Twitter is a place where emotions run high. And because it's such a limited space, you could get people to go into a full meltdown. I mean, we've seen it even recently. You just have to be a little clever about it. So with Louise Mensch, I just basically sort of started a war to get them to attack me to prove a point. And I figured they were going to get my Twitter account suspended, and they did. I expected it. I told everybody ahead of time, said, listen, try to stay out of this. They're going to hit me. I'm going to get taken down. Don't worry about it. But I want to prove a point at how vicious they are with this massive network, their block lists, closing people in, and they sort of put them, basically they put them into a barrel and then just start firing shots, basically. And that's what Luis Mensch's network has become. It's been this echo chamber that can kill, realistically.
Right. I'm actually overimposing us as we speak and putting up the Median article that, now listen, guys, if you've looked up Douglas Stewart at all, anything that he's written, it says basically former contributor everywhere. I'm not joking. He's not joking. He's not joking, because I've found him at a lot of different sites with a lot of different articles, and we're going to get into that. But what I'm showing the folks right now is the Twitter bully side linked to Louis Mensch and Team Patriot using mass censorship tool. And this is what you're speaking of, correct? This is right here is where you stood up against the Mensch group because of this suicide. Is that correct?
That, and I don't like the idea of blocking people on Twitter. And the reason is that right around that time too, you'll see that Twitter itself, it was already pretty divided, where the left and the right kind of stayed in their own areas, but there was crossover on issues. Once this tool called Block Together became popular during Gamergate, people started using and abusing it. And the abuse is that it ends up just creating basically you're completely cut off from anything else in Twitter that doesn't fit the narrative of whoever's running the block list. So even if there's a legitimate idea somewhere out there, you may never see it. And you also won't see people that talk trash about you too. But I mean, when you start getting up to where they had 700,000 plus accounts on their block list, if you are in with them, you are in a different Twitter. It's like their own personal site. And I just didn't think that was correct.
Their own personal echo chamber.
Right.
And it seems like I think that's exactly what Twitter's actually tried to do to us. You know, I don't see a lot of liberal tweets unless I look for them. I don't have anything on my account that would, any safe settings or anything like that. I want to see it all, but I see the same few. I have 6,000 followers. I follow about the same amount of people, yet I see about the same 40 or 50 every day.
Right.
I never see much beyond that unless I actually start, hashtag looking or looking at someone's. A lot of my friends, they get tired because I'll post in every DM room I am in my posts, because if I don't, I just don't get seen. If I don't put it out to people who has an audience and have them put it out on top of it and try and fight the censorship that way, I just don't get seen.
That's right. And the thing is that Twitter was never like that before. When I first came to Twitter, you saw a great variety of things, and you saw a lot of things that you didn't like, but that's okay. I can deal with that, but Twitter has decided that people shouldn't have to deal with that. And rather than just give them the tools to mute people or follow who they want, they say, well, we're gonna tweak it just a little bit. We saw that you liked a tweet with this cartoon frog, so you know what? We're gonna show you more cartoon frogs all day, every day. And it's like,
no shit.
Okay, fine. I guess if that's what it is. But the draw to Twitter when I first came was that you could interact with anyone, even famous people back then. You could literally just reply to someone and get into a conversation with somebody who's fairly well known. And that was great. You saw a great variety of things, So, I mean, I think moving forward, we have to try to do what we can to break the hard division between the sides. I'll show you. I did a quick for somebody I know who calls me the cleanup guy of the right, like a janitor. I've denied that for years. Okay, but I might just start to embrace it. But I was showing her a map on how hashtags sort of move and people relate to them. And it's amazing because once you start doing that and seeing how they interact, you'll see all of the people over here and all the others over here. And the crossover is almost nothing. And I don't think we're going to get anywhere. I mean, if I wanted to do that, I would just go on Share Blue or I would go to Gab,
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Right now I'm bringing up, because I followed this and when that started, and the response to your articles was basically a mass hate campaign against you. And people coming out, obviously they're all minions of Mensch. I believe there's one in particular that you call Mensch's dildo. Is that true?
Yeah, I think it is. Which one is that? Is that
is that the Terra something? I crammed so much Doug Stewart and unfortunately got way more Louis Mensch that I planned on in that. But one of her enforcers, I guess, come after you.
Yeah, she has a few of them. I forget.
Yeah, this one's K. Louise Newfield, Huntress Diana, or something to that effect. This might be the one.
Oh yeah,
that up a little bit. Her basically her tweet was, what started was, for the record, please. They were talking about you and spreading false lies, and then they said, yes, Douglas Matthew Stewart is spreading falsehood about Rob's death, blaming Rob's friends and harassing Rob's family. These are the lies he and his bots, Russian bots, are pushing. And it was your link to your article called The Twitter Bully Side.
Yeah. So, what's interesting with them is, see, people like this, some of these people who live their lives on Twitter and they think they're running like a CIA, they're very susceptible to the Andrew Breitbart tactic of just, you release just a little bit at a time and then you let them lie about it and then catch them in it.
That's so brilliant.
Well,
The
and it's so,
Democrats do it every day too.
yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe it. I didn't
Trump
even
learned from that.
Yeah. But I didn't even think it would work, and it did with them. It worked perfectly. So I'll tell you real quick how I went through it, because I didn't just come at them talking about Rob McNeese. I had to get evidence for them using this network to harass people. So I needed them to attack me. And
Right.
what I did is, since I knew they were using this block list, I knew there were issues around the block list where it would screw up read and read write access to direct messages. So I just took a little bit of the code that's built into it. And I said, isn't this weird? I said, here's one of Luis Menschen's leaders. I said, and it looks like they're trying to access their followers' DMs. And that was the nuclear bomb that
Ooh.
blew it up. And that's when they started coming after me. They went forward and said that I hacked their block list, that I was adding and taking people. I never touched the block list at all, but I let them lie each step of the way. And then when all of this was done, I even paid for promo videos on Twitter about them blocking people and splitting Twitter up. And they still haven't told me why they suspended me, but I don't care. I proved my point. They lied each step of the way. We showed it was a lie. And at the end of the day, the poor guy's still dead, but at least more
Right.
people know how these things are done and controlled.
And that's pretty much what happened. He was bullied by this group. Was it because he was an effective source? Or was he just a guy that said his own opinion, or why him? And how did that happen? Because I got to tell you, this is all new for me and probably most of the audience.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, crews like this don't ever really answer anything honestly, so we'll never really know exactly why. But I think that someone got the brilliant idea to just call him a Russian and then just lay it into him. Now, listen, he was already a guy who was dealing with
Oh, he was on their
depression.
side.
Yes, yes,
Holy shit!
he was.
God.
Yes, he was actually friends with. Do you know who John Schindler is? The former government I think NSA guy.
That
You know him?
sounds very familiar.
Yeah, he's a tool, but he was friends with John first, and that's how he got introduced into the group. And to this day, we still don't know why they flipped on him and started calling him.
Wow.
I knew I wasn't going to get that answer, so I just said I'm just going to nuke them with this first grenade that I threw into their camp, and it was an all-out warfare from one tweet, basically. That's what I like to
Right.
do.
Right. Wow. Yeah, and I see that, going to war with Luis brings out all kinds of awesome people.
It
Uh,
does.
right now, I've got behind you a screenshot from July 2018, where this guy, J. Mackenzie, James 4M, has got a compilation of some of your tweets going after Mensch and basically exposing her as being anti-trans, hating LGBT. I've seen some of the chat logs, and holy crap. It's great how these liberals are the party of understanding and acceptance, but boy, I guarantee you they don't like their emails being exposed, and they damn sure don't like their direct messages being exposed. And when something comes out like that, she's really anti-LGBT and anti-trans, they go immediately to, well, he hacked it. That son of a bitch needs to be taken care of, and not what the content is. It sounds familiar. It seems like recently we just experienced something like that, but I can't play. Oh, WikiLeaks. That's what it was. Yeah, nothing to see here. Don't read the content. They fucking stole it.
That's right. Yeah. And like the James 4M character, like I try to be as polite to everyone as possible, even my opponents. But what's weird is that
Excuse me.
James actually gets a lot of play, and no one can figure out why. Even people that don't like me say that James is basically a phony. And look, I actually think out of all the people, James is the only one that could do actual real research and has potential. So it's really weird when I see him go this route. It puzzles me, because he should be smart enough to know that Luis is full of it and he should just break away, and he doesn't. But yeah, just
Well,
a real quick.
TDS is a real thing, and it's fucking strong in a lot of these people.
Oh
Look
yes.
what it's done over the last couple of years. The one great thing, Trump opened my eyes to a lot of things, but I think he's opened up a mass amount of people's eyes to who the left really is, and he didn't have to do anything more than really being him, because he triggers them so much that they just say, screw it. 5 years ago, hell no, I'm not a socialist. And now it's like, everybody should be a damn socialist. And the change has been just insane. He hasn't had to say, hey, this is what this person is all about. He triggers them and then they show everyone, which is the best example in my, best way to do it in my book.
I totally agree. That's why, like, when I said that, when I heard that, like, Dreamcatcher might be ramping back up, he's really good at that, just getting people to trigger others without with very little. I don't even, it's an art, and I don't understand how it's done. So I'm looking forward to see what the heck happens next, to tell you the truth.
Oh, this Jay McKenzie, that's a beauty. Holy crap.
Oh, if we can, real quick, before we move off, I just to James real quick, I just want to let James know that it's not the Russians, James. It's all us.
I'm actually about to put a screenshot of his Twitter account just because it's so interesting to me. Jay McKenzie with a picture of a crashed plane burning. And let's see here. The pinned article is Brett Kavanaugh and the Information Terrorists trying to reshape, I'm assuming, America. With a pretty gnarly picture of Brett Kavanaugh with a red hue on his face. Brett Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
Brett Kavanaugh. I mean, when they picked that Boy Scout to be SCOTUS, I was like, oh, man, we could have done better, but at least with this guy, they can't touch him. And once again, the liberals went ape shit. And they still push this narrative that Brett fucking Kavanaugh, who kept calendars of everything he did as a teenager, pretty much a man born to be SCOTUS. They keep pushing that he is some vile, right-wing, crazy man. It blows my gourd.
Yeah, he's absolutely it doesn't matter, though, because whoever we put up, they would have called the devil or a rapist. Doesn't matter.
Right. But I think that what they've done is the fact that you couldn't have put up a cleaner guy than Kavanaugh, and they went nuclear on him, that Trump's not going to try and conform to who's going to be the easiest to be confirmed at all. I believe next time he says fuck it, and it's Amy Coney Barrett. That's just my person. If Ruth Bader Ginsburg is the one to go, because they tend to want to replace the judge with a similar type judge, as far as female or
What do you think about RBG? How much longer do you think she lasts?
I think it's funny as hell that Dildo Scammons says that nobody's talking about this. Nobody's talking about RBG. Where the fuck is RBG? All right, guys, I'm pimping these wood pencils. I carved them myself. I mean, a cancer patient carved them. Make sure you use the code Dildo Scammons so I get my percentage off of the poor guy. I think RBG. I tend, for a lot of my political advice, I tend to go to at Gingrich of PA because he's in the know and he knows a lot of staffers that are working all throughout the government, especially in Pennsylvania politics and in DC. And he knows lawyers and he knows a lot of people that are in the know, and he has not steered us wrong yet. All expectations is that she's going to be here a little while and that she's not on death's door. She's not in a coma. There's not doctors lying to the world about a dead person just so they can keep another liberal by name in there. I do believe that she's going to have to be she's going to have to die to be replaced. Unfortunately, I think that's the only way. Not that I'm wishing death on her, because I do not wish death on no one. Heaven forbid that comes back on you. But I just don't think she's going to leave easily. And I think it's going to take some more health problems in order for her to, really look at it and think about stepping away. I just don't see it, honestly. But I do believe that even if it's like late 2019 or early 2020, if it's early enough in 2020, that McConnell will go ahead with a pick if she does expire or leave, or we get that opening. Personally.
Yeah, let's hope so. I mean, she's a tough cookie, whether you agree with her or not. She's and of course, even with this recent sickness with her, it's really brought her approval numbers up. And
Oh
I think
yeah.
part of that is due to, number one, her being sick, and then two, probably some of the conspiracy that's swole up on the right, the kind of the crazier stuff, like pictures popping up of allegedly her being in a medically induced coma, and it's a grainy photo from when it
Right.
looks like the photo was taken in Jennifer TX on Twitter's like TX girl on Twitter's like, that she's like, that's from like my camera phone from like 2006. Come on, there's no way that's legit. And she's right. It was complete bogus.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, it's just more conspiracy theory fodder, and we're gonna hit that, guys. I know a lot of people are here because they want the newest dirt. They want to hear and see what great things Ghost of Stew is doing. Anybody who has paid attention over the last month or so to what you've been doing on Twitter, you've basically put it out there that, hey, there's a group of folks, and someone, not you, because I've heard you say, hey, not my decision, that there's some grifters and some scammers and some people that are causing harm to the MAGA movement, and they've got to go. And so a lot of people have been drawn here simply because of that. It's why I called you International Man of Mystery, when you're really not that much of a mystery if you Google and look and see what's going on. But you are a man of mystery in the fact that you're able to do some things, and your friends are able to do things, and you're playing on a level that, frankly, I haven't seen before. It's like old school trolling at a level. It's almost like someone that has a doctorate, screwing around with AOC. And that's what it looks like. And we're going to get into that. But I find that you're more interesting on who you are and what you've done over the last 10 years and your progression and your fight. Because obviously you're fighting for MAGA in your own way, but you're not, the typical loud, brash type person that's, trying to destroy all liberals and throw them all in a seat. Reading some of your blogs, I see you kind of got a side to you where you're, hey guys, look at the fact that when we're attacking someone on Twitter that we see just an avatar and not really a person behind it, and there's some real people behind it. Now, that's excluding people like Schmegma and Zero Hour and Ann Vanderscam or whatnot, but I seen you actually say, hey, I'd like to pull Shane, or maybe Shane I have no use for. Shane is Schmeg. But, King Bronco, for instance, that, hey, you have no problem with this guy. You're not out to destroy him just because he's wrong and taking the side of, pus boil on MAGA. And, that's, for me, that's kind of refreshing because I get into war zones sometimes, and anybody that comes at me or my fam, it's an immediate attack. But I think we need more of that because, we used to be able to have discourse. And we used to be able to argue, and at the end of the day, walk away and, let's go have a beer and we'll talk about other shit that we like. But now, everything is so polarized, and now it's like, if you don't believe this, then you're a fucking Nazi. You're a racist, period. Because of your skin color or where you were born or the color of your hat, you're automatically linked and lumped into a group. So we do have to find a way to bring back discourse. And it was good for me to see that. It kind of opened my eyes and made me think a little bit more that it's not all just black and white. This isn't just the enemy that has to be destroyed and pounded into the ground. A lot of them do, mind you. A lot of them do. But it's not everyone. And I find that very interesting.
Well, one of the reasons why I say that is it's a lot of different reasons. But because I have kind of a history of attacking groups, and what I find is that the first strike is when everybody sort of gets in their defensive position, right? They don't want to be hit, and if they're getting hit, they're either going to block or strike back and whatnot. But by the time that first little bout ends, and people start realizing that there's not really a threat here because we're online, right? This is the digital battlefield, but we're not really going to be killing each other here.
Right.
You start to be able to find even some common ground with people. And if you look even through the list of the people that I follow, you'll find people on there that have, resist in their profile, and it's like, I've known them since at least the mensch days, even before. Some of them I know in real life, and we could be adults and not agree on everything. But the hardest thing is when people seem like they're an opponent at first, and then you have to get around to the point to where you realize that they are people. Because I know there's a lot of talk of the Russian bot stuff over the past few years. We're all getting tired of it. But behind those little cartoon avatars, there are people there, either on a phone or on a keyboard. And the same things that might make you angry or, upset or depressed affect them too. And I don't think we do ourselves any favors by treating everyone like a foe in a video game, where you just blast to pieces. I don't think that's the right answer always, but some do deserve it. I'll tell you right now, Luis deserves it, and Zero deserves it, and Ann deserves it. I'm very discerning about who gets the full treatment, and I think at least those are three examples right there that, no holds barred, gloves off, just whack them into the ground,
Right.
but everyone else around them, they're probably people that have just kind of followed along or got swept up into something. So, I try to be a little bit more discerning. That's all,
Wow. So you're not the monster that Zero says you are.
I mean, to him, I might be. I hope I am.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I thought, I got to admit, the way that whole thing started was funny as fuck. When you talked earlier about setting a trap for Luis and the group. Well, you did the same thing to 0 Hour. You did it simply by going after and mentioning Anne in a tweet. You wanted to see if, she's got a henchman watching the mentions. And within minutes of you tweeting to Ann Vandersteel, then boom, Zero throws out a tweet, sees your profile pic, and says automatically, "That's me! That dude's got a profile picture of me! That's it ain't right! You better take that shit off your name, man! Don't take my name out your mouth!" And it's actually you. So I thought that was fucking hilarious right off the bat, because he didn't start out with the right foot against you at all. He just kind of showed what we've known for 18 months, that he's just an ignorant, stupid son of a bitch, that Ann Vandersteel sends some money through PayPal or his, numerous accounts that he, grifts money off of people for his investigative journalism. We're going to get into that and really go, because I really want to know, for one, a little bit more about the group that you're involved with, why you've come together and decided that, these people are hurting in a bad way. Because obviously you've watched them for a while and allowed them, and they've had numerous scams over the last year. But of course, you get away with a few things, you keep trying new things. I do want to just go, oh yes, Glenn, I'll never forget what a pig Karen was to Jen. Jen Levolate is a member of our MAGA fam. She works as a professor in a college in California. Well, she did an event called Covfefe Fest, and it was pretty much the follow-up event to the Dixie MAGA meetup. 500 people got together. It was a great thing. Before that even started, Jen and her husband, Brian, who I've become extremely good friends with, decided they wanted to do an event in California, and they just pumped it up to the next level. They invited a bunch of candidates, and it became a fundraiser for candidates and another great way for us to come together. Well, apparently that's against, the scammers and grifters rules. So they actually doxed her and started sending threatening emails to her bosses at the college, saying that she is, alt-right, racist, this, that, the other. And, Jen's 5-0, 100-0, and one of the sweetest people you'll ever meet, and one of the least imposing people you'll ever meet. And they hideously attacked her. So, it will, I have to give Stu some updates. He doesn't really know everything that's transpired. So I appreciate that, Glenn, for bringing that up. I am, when we get a little bit later, I'm going to show Stu a couple videos that we've put together, quick little synopsises of the battles we've had, all put together by Glenn at New York City Guns. So anyway,
Nice.
but I want to back up because the most interesting thing that I found about you, Doug, was the fact that you knew Andrew Breitbart. Not only did you know him, you worked in the same groups and circles, and you also interviewed him. And that, for me, when I discovered MAGA, when I got red pilled, it led me to Andrew Breitbart. And I quickly realized, in my own opinion, that he may be considered, I don't know about the father of MAGA, but maybe, he was a facilitator for Trump to come. I don't think without a Breitbart pushing going against the narrative of the mainstream media and speaking truth to power and calling out lies when he's seen them, I don't think that the country would even have been ready for Trump if not for a Breitbart. So if you can tell me, us, and everyone, how you came to know him, how you booked an interview, and just that whole, in your words, talk to us, bud.
Sure. So very early on in Twitter, like I said, you could associate basically with anyone, get into various conversations, and the whole world was open. As soon as you started finding people that were blogging about the same things, you just sort of linked up. And one of the first people that I found was a girl by the name of Mandy Nagy, who on Twitter goes by Liberty_chick. Unfortunately, she had a stroke a couple of years ago, and she's not able to do what she used to do, which was research and write. She was probably Andrew's best, I would say, researcher, and she
Right, I'm Ben Swinton. In case you missed the beginning of the show, Andrew Lott has the night off. He is on a red carpet,
literally in a day.
The Country Music
Complex
Awards,
issue.
I think 4 landmarks.
She's got it done. She's got it covered.
So hope he's having a fun time.
I forget what the actual issue was that we started first talking about, but I became friends with her first. And then what happened is that as the big government site rolled out, not too much longer after that, you remember the Anthony Weiner scandal of him taking a picture of himself?
Oh, yes. You have to know that MAGA News Network started, the very first episode was the day that Anthony Weiner went to jail. And the very first episode of MAGA News Network, run by Glenn at New York City Guns, was just the press conference of Andrew Breitbart after Weiner had basically been exposed.
Yeah.
And so that was phenomenal. I'm aware of the story. You can give a quick synopsis to them if you don't, but I'm pretty sure most folks here are pretty familiar with the fact that Glenn's even told the story because he has actually seen the Wiener. He is from New York, and he has friends of friends, and you know how it goes. Breitbart got it. He may have shared it, or others that had it shared it with this guy. And hey, Doug, I got to show you this picture, dude, but don't show anybody, okay? Yeah. And that's how he saw it, and it was a beautiful thing. But go right ahead for the folks that aren't aware.
So there's a whole nother side to this whole Wienergate scandal that a lot of people don't know about, and that's where a few of us got caught up in it. The second person to retweet the picture was a guy by the name of Mike Stack, and once this whole scandal hit, the operatives on the left were convinced that Mike Stack and the original person had either hacked into Weiner's phone or his laptop and his Twitter account and released it to get him taken out. And because of that, they started off this trolling campaign, which was just incredible. And it lasted for maybe 2 years, I want to say. It ended up being to where myself and Mike Stack ended up getting subpoenaed into court because he had to bring one of the left-wing operators to court. But what ended up happening was, the way I got thrown into it was, I was trying to work on something with Mandy Nagy, the friend of Breitbart's, and I used to talk to her like once or twice a day, and all of a sudden she was just gone. I hadn't talked to her, and I finally,
excuse me,
I called her up and I said, what the heck's going on? Where have you been? Are you all right? And she said, oh, you wouldn't believe we're deep into this Wienergate thing. She goes, I don't know what to make of it. And I said, well, do you want any help? And she said,
Wienergate.
Yeah. So I said, well, tell me what's going on. What's the big deal with it? And what happened was that they decided to target that guy, Mike Stack, by swatting him. So they placed a call saying that he had just killed his wife and kids and that he was, going to take other people out. So the police show up with guns drawn, and the person who's making the swatting call, their intention is for you to freak out, make a bad move because you don't expect the police to be coming up pointing guns at you. They want you hurt. Okay. So Mike Stack gets swatted, and it was on Current Affairs later too. This is kind of a big deal as far as a side story. So that turned into like a 2-year-long thing of us trying to figure out who swatted Mike Stack. And then they even had the balls. So inside of this whole group, it was Mandy Nagy, myself, Lee Stranahan, Mike Stack, and Padarico, who's now batting for the left. He used to be a conservative, but Padarico is an assistant district attorney in LA, and even they swatted him. So it was like these guys were really using all the intimidation tactics. So us trying to figure all that out spiraled into this 2-year nonsense of nonstop trolling, and it was just a big
swatting
mess.
When they send the cops to your door.
Correct. They'll call up, they'll pretend to be you and say that, like, for example, I would say, 911, this is Smooch Panda. Yeah, I've got my wife and kids at gunpoint. I've shot my neighbor, and you're never going to get
shit.
me. Right. And then they come with guns drawn. So that was what they did to both Mike Stack and Padarico. Now, Mike Stack's a regular individual, right? But to do it to Padarico, who was a assistant district attorney, that's insane, because now you're actually messing with people that are connected to law enforcement. So that became a really big part of my life. And then after that was right around the time that that Andrew's book, Righteous Indignation, was coming out. And I said, listen, I hate to ask you because I know everybody is, but at the time I was working for Yahoo. I said, can I get an interview? He said, yeah, of course, sure, let's do it. So it's kind of funny because I had to tape the call, and I have to talk to him like I had just sort of met him that day and didn't know much about him, but we did it. We did a quick Q&A. We put it up on Yahoo News. It did great. And then the second part of that, they killed. That's like what I was telling you about kill fees. They killed that. And then unfortunately, not too long after that, Andrew passed away. And Mandy was the one who called me in the morning. I was in line at the bank, and she said, listen, she says, you're not going to believe it when you see it. And she said, so I'll just tell you. And that was it. And he was gone. So I wrote that in memoriam that's still on Yahoo News. It's the only thing I ever gave to them with exclusive full rights. Everything else was first rights only. I get it back. It's my intellectual property. But I just gave them that, and I said, whatever, and I'm done with it. And actually, after I wrote that, I typed up on my laptop. I did it one shot, no edit, nothing. So if you see that on Yahoo News still, that in memoriam of Andrew Breitbart, I wrote it one shot. I gave it to them. I closed my laptop and I never went back. I said, I don't want to do this anymore. It's not fun. The king troll, the guy who causes the most trouble, is gone. What are we going to do? It was a big hit for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I could imagine that was probably one of your premiere interviews that you've done to date, or since then. For me, I was, like I said earlier, I was into sports, so I always had that fan mode. I ended up doing some sports TV locally, getting press passes, and I got to meet, Michael Jordan, Roy Jones Jr., probably, 100 sports celebrities. So I know how it was going up and trying to do an interview with one of them and being Jim Brown, so was that what it was like for you, or was you like well beyond that, or was you full of yourself to know that, hey, I'm the man to interview this guy?
Oh, no. It wasn't like that at all. The thing was that even with the things that I wrote, I didn't do many interviews of people. So it was very odd for me to even do it. It was out of my character. Prior to that, I was covering the Arab Spring, starting with the Egyptian Revolution and the government's role in it. And I just never really did interviews. If I talked to people about a certain topic, I would just extrapolate what they told me and use it for the story. It was never a formal. I didn't like doing interviews because they always felt so sort of rigid and a little phony. If we could sit down and talk, that's great. But I mean, to actually say, okay, what do you think about this, sir? Go. It never really appealed to me. So I normally didn't do that. Every once in a while I will, but not my thing really.
With interviews, I this is how I like to interview. I don't like to have a set of 100 questions or a narrative point or anything to that effect. I just kind of like to bullshit and go where the conversation goes. And that's the only type of interview I could see myself ever doing. Now, don't worry about the vape. The fam is used to it around here. What I found very interesting was that Andrew Breitbart himself personally tweeted or replied to one of your tweets and thanked you. And that's on the screen behind you right now, where the man, Andrew Breitbart, says, "You're welcome, and a long overdue thank you to you too, D. Matthew Stewart." So, a lot of that, I wanted to let the fam get a little background on you and what you've been through, but I also wanted our enemies and 0 Hour and Ann Vandersteel and the folks that you said, you should have did a little more research on us and me. I wanted them to also know that International Man of Mystery only goes so far, that they've maybe they didn't pick a fight with you personally, but that they've drawn your ire. And that's not the ire that I want drawn to me in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Because as far as I'm concerned, anyone who gets a personal thank you by Breitbart is someone that's been fighting the good fight for a long time and probably knows a lot of people. And I'm assuming that your network of friends is pretty extensive and pretty diverse.
I think so. I'd have to roll through my phone. And you want me to tell you everybody I know?
No. We could do lots of shows. We could do a whole series. Who does Stu know on the next Pandamonium?
It's weird because I have one of my old cell phones, and one of my friends was looking through it before, and he's going through it. He says, "Is that their real number? Is this so and so's number?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it legit is. I know that person." And most of the time they don't believe me, but I usually don't talk about who I know, only when it's necessary. Like when these guys, the 0 Hours and stuff, started calling me like fake MAGA and stuff. That's the only reason why.
Or Defango.
Yeah, I know. I'm Defango, I guess.
That was pretty good too.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go right ahead. Finish your thought.
Well, the thing is I think that tweet from Andrew was because Wienergate had come to a close, and that was probably right after I did the first interview with him. Because surprisingly, even though Yahoo News said that they wanted to do a Q&A with him, when it went live, they didn't even have it on like a front page or anything. And it's still like within the first couple hours, it was doing like over 100,000 views. And then they put it on the front page. But it really, it blew right out of the park. And I don't really remember because my old account is going, so I don't remember exactly what he was saying it for, but I'm just thinking that it's probably quite a few things, quite a few problems that were fielded. He had a massive network. There were bloggers that would talk to him daily, and I don't know how he did it, because he would talk to 100 bloggers a day, and he'd be able to keep up on every issue that they're asking him about. It was really pretty incredible.
Yeah, he was pretty damn incredible. Is there anything, interaction with him or anything about his fight? I mean, can you, this might be hard, but can you kind of break down the essence of where Breitbart was at when you met him in the last year, and the goals he was working towards, and how it's morphed into? Because right now, I mean, literally, he's probably larger than life to a lot of people because of what he accomplished. But I've always wanted to talk to someone who knew him. I'll never approach Stranahan. I do want to touch that subject in a little bit. Basically, what the hell's happened to him? And maybe you can shed some light. Because I see a lot of Russia sponsorship behind him, like RT. But also, he just has some crazy shit sometimes. But if we get to that, that'll be great. But as far as Andrew goes, I mean, what impressed upon you that you felt he was doing, and why were you drawn to want the interview and whatnot?
Well, I was drawn to his whole idea of just taking on a big fight, and if you're going to go down swinging. He took on big guys, and he didn't care if a mob came after him. And if you notice, I kind of do that now too, even with Luis Mensch or the Vandersteel clan. It's like, look, I'll pick a fight with a whole big group. I don't care. Just bring it on. If I go down, it's going to be a hell of a fight, and people will talk about it for a while, hopefully. So I mean, that's sort of what drew me to him, because he had balls of steel. I mean, he used to go on to like Bill Maher and other shows where he knows that he's walking into the lion's den and he didn't care. And part of that is when I see, especially people online, fighting for whatever their ideas may be, you can't be afraid to get hit. You can't walk into a fight and not want to get hit. If you're afraid of that, the first time you get tapped, you're going to think you're hurt. So go out swinging, take your blows, and then just and try to keep going and get better from it. And from the time that I first met him until he passed away, I don't think anything really changed. He was always the guy that was gonna fight the big people. He wanted to get all of his big sites underneath one site, which happened after he passed away. And I don't think this is how he would have done it, but it is there. It is happening. But just the spirit of the fight. I like fighting people, especially with ideas. Now, I don't like to physically fight people, but I like fighting people with ideas. And that just seemed, especially when I started learning that the things on the news weren't exactly how they might really be in real life. It's like, well, there's a fight there. There's a fight to be had. I saw somebody in the chat, Nancy said earlier that she knew about Mandy's stroke, and she remembers when Puerto got swatted. Nancy, you've been around a long time. Glad to see you in here. I looked over at the chat. I saw it quick, and I was like, man, I'm not the only one that knows this. Thank God.
Yeah, that's awesome. He seemed to have, very large balls. I like to call them MAGA balls. Just simply because our president needs wheelbarrows to carry his. And I'm always drawn and attracted to that. And that Andrew has, God rest his soul, is being used in a lot of conspiracy theories, from the get, especially with the Podesta thing, because he came right out and said, oh shit, I know a lot about you, John. Do you really want to go here? Do you really want to do this? And him dying suddenly, unexpectedly, and pretty much, just like that. A lot of people think that, they had him killed. I'm sure that, you've heard all these things, and now it's been, going on 7 years since he's died? What do you feel about all that? And, is there questions unanswered for you? Or do you think that, the official story is just what happened?
I'm a little mixed on it. I mean, when it first happened, I said, this isn't right. Somebody his age doesn't just have a heart attack and go away, but they do.
It's immediate. Most people think that it's always something nefarious.
Right. But the fact is that this does happen to people, and it may be rare, but it does happen. And I went back and forth on it. It's much easier to say that it was a conspiracy because there's something to continue to talk about, and you almost feel like your own investigative reporter if you explore the conspiracy side of it, because realistically anything is possible, and as long as anything is possible, you have something to look at. So that's one of the things with conspiracy people, is that and believe me, there's some conspiracies that I think are legitimate, but you create the environment for you to interact with, and I think there's only so much that you could do before it becomes unhealthy. But I think it's legit. I think he passed away from a heart attack, and that was it. It's too bad. We lost one of the best fighters.
Yeah, we absolutely did. And something about someone in their prime that's on a mission, dying young, it almost seems to me that in that situation, a lot of people have gained more traction than maybe they would have, or maybe even been allowed to have. And like I said, it's almost cult-like. It's almost, like I said, I've heard people say that he's the father of MAGA and whatnot. So regardless of what happened, I think that he has a profound effect on everything we do today. One thing that really struck me was what we're doing right now, Doug, was what he wanted to see. He wanted you and me and John and Jeanette and Jim and everyone with the letter J, everybody with a phone and a camera to go out there and record and show what's happening, truth. Somewhere along the line, truth became a narrative to the mainstream media and a way to control us. And I love the fact that he was like, hey, Smooch, you're a nobody, but you can be a somebody simply by being a journalist. And I'm not talking about some of these crazies that show up in Vegas and say, I'm an investigative journalist and I want access to everything. Where's your credentials? Well, see, what happened was and that's what we got a lot of. But he wanted us to be journalists and to be able to put our stuff out there on this great interweb and push information and not let it be hidden or killed through kill fees and everything else. It was an amazing thing. Are you doing all right, Doug? You need to go to the bathroom or get a water or anything like that?
I'm good. I got my water right here.
Okay, good deal. I'm about to put up real quick something that just, it was beautiful, man. You mentioned it earlier on Yahoo, the only thing you ever gave them full rights to. And that was, your article about the passing of Andrew Breitbart. You guys can find this pretty easily. A simple Google search of Doug Stewart and Andrew Breitbart will do it for you. Go to Yahoo. But the title of it's Appreciation of Andrew Breitbart, the Champion of Young Conservatives. It's not a super long article, so if you don't mind, I'm going to read it and let the folks that have never seen this get a little taste of your writing and what this meant. Now, I haven't read this completely through, so if there's something in here that is gold, then it'll come out. But it's basically starts. You said that you wrote this in one go. This
Right.
is literally hours after his passing, or a day, or a couple days.
Might have been the next day.
Oh, it says away this morning, so it was that day.
Oh yeah, it was. It was that day. Okay.
Wow. Okay. Good deal. So that's the setup. Defining one's political philosophy can be and often is a long journey with periods of tumult. But for those who have come to the end of that road, most of the details of their progression can be recalled with vivid memory, regardless of the amount of time passed. Boy, does that hold true today. Somewhere at some time their opinion was shaped, whether rapidly or gradually, and more often than not, there's a certain person who heavily influenced the end result. Andrew Breitbart, the best-selling author and publisher, was one of those people who helped shape and identify my personal political philosophy. And I am not alone. Rather, I'm just one small cog in a newly manufactured machine of young people who found a cozy home in the right wing of American politics. At 43, Andrew unexpectedly passed away this morning, and everyone I know is having a hard time coming to terms with it, including myself. For almost a decade, I have bounced around the political world without ever having to commit to or define my philosophy openly. It was just easier to stay under the radar. My friends were anarchist and hard-left progressive, and I loved to challenge their beliefs and their logic. But it was with the ascendancy of the Breitbart websites and youthful conservatism that I was forced to come to grips with who I really was. He had said that young people, under 30, are default liberals. In his latest book, Righteous Indignation, I interviewed him about it last April here on Yahoo News. For the most part, he was right. What he forgot to take into consideration was the effect he had had on the political climate to date. Or he was being modest by not taking credit for this huge change in the landscape since arrival. Up until just recently, the path to the right wing, or conservatism, or anything but liberalism and anarchism, was to have some years behind you and a good part of your mortgage paid. It also helped to have kids in college and to be rapidly approaching retirement. At this point, you should own a few sweater vests and your khakis should outnumber your jeans. 20-1. That was the basic foundation for a right-leaning political philosophy. Emphasis needs to be added to the was in that previous statement. When Andrew made the critical step from just having a newswire service to publishing exclusive investigations and opinion, that foundation was no longer sufficient. Our country had been thrown into a tailspin. First came the financial crisis of 2008. But what arrived immediately after was cold water in the face of the majority of Americans. Legislation was being pushed through Congress that carried a philosophy entirely foreign to the public. True collectivism, the likes that had not been seen since FDR. Not everyone was able to identify what was happening before their eyes. It was with the help and guidance of Andrew and his group of merry commentators and investigators that the emergence of conservatism took place in people who were either supposed to be too young for it or to take root or too young for it to take root, or with people who never had any intention of being politically active. The Tea Party had just started to really gain momentum and acted as a good foundation for what was to come. But for me and countless others, it all started when he launched his website, Big Government, with the undercover tapes exposing Acorn. Employees at the organization were willing to help a couple, posing as a pimp and prostitute, James O'Keefe, who were open and honest about getting a home loan so they could run an underage prostitution ring. This was your taxpayer dollars at work, all caught on tape. The timing was perfect. Many on the right and even moderates were extremely critical of the president's stimulus spending. After all, if an organization like Acorn was getting federal funding and behaving this way, can you imagine what else is being missed? And the hits kept coming. There was the Pigford investigation, and more recently the Anthony Weiner underwear picture, Weinergate, that the former congressman accidentally tweeted out publicly. All I can say on that is God has a sense of humor. Anyway, while Andrew was not the one who discovered the picture, once he addressed the story, he gave it legs, and off it went. What Andrew accomplished in his short career would have been hard for him to fully define. While the internet itself changed the way people got news, he tapped into it and unlocked the potential that was supposed to be reserved for the well-organized political left. One of the main reasons his opponents were always so frustrated with him, because of the results he achieved in a relatively short time. They, meanwhile, had put all their time, effort, and as many people as possible to promote their issues, and never garnered half the traction Andrew could get just by mentioning something in a Twitter update. And that is the other part of the charm behind what Andrew did. We as fans, followers, and contributors to a cause were just as entertained by the left's effort and mostly their failures when it came to promoting their issues. He and his sites had such an impact on the political atmosphere that very few people were mindlessly following the causes the left had easily promoted for decades. All of a sudden, they were being challenged. They weren't used to it, and it turned out to be a heck of a show. Without him, there would be no show to watch, no actors to take up and recite the predictable reactions and defense the left has been using for years. And because it was so predictable, it was entertaining. And it was precisely because their scripts were so old and heavily recited did we have confidence in confronting those we disagree with. Andrew loved the battle, whereas most on the right for so many years have only known compromise at any cost. Well, that sounds familiar. He taught an entirely new and active generation that there is an alternative to being marginalized and eventually pushed aside. With his passing, some feel that the curtain has dropped on this show. Well, it has in fact closed. The curtain always closes in between acts. Just like Amos Elon explained Israel to the Israelis, Andrew Breitbart permanently shaped young conservatives way before they made it to the age of nearing retirement and wearing sweater vests and having khakis 20-1 to their old blue jeans. Doug, that's phenomenal writing. I mean, it really is. It encapsulates things, and it gives me, someone who didn't follow Andrew, a glimpse into that. So I appreciate that. I hope I didn't put you too much on the spot. I just kind of do things on the fly.
No, actually, that's the first time I ever heard it read out loud. So actually, I was kind of surprised. It actually came out a little bit better than I thought.
Yeah, considering you wrote it, hours after the man passed, and he had a great impact on you. That's phenomenal.
Well, one of the things too is that you, especially in an environment like Twitter or even blogs, certain things can inspire you in the moment, and they could really be a good hit. And look, everybody needs to take care of that,
Absolutely.
The same thing. Did my camera just screw up? It looks like it just repositioned me.
I see you good. It might have happened while we were moving, but I'm looking at Periscope on my secondary device, and it's been freezing. It's been a real asshole. It happens a lot, especially when I go a little bit of time. Things aren't moving fast. That's typically what happens when I throw a video on there with all these flashing images. But I think what I did is not put the low latency on, and I'm not sure if I can do that right now. I tried to do it mid-show, but I'm afraid it might, skip some of our conversation, have everybody see a rolling circle and then jump back in and they miss some really good stuff. So I'm just going with what we got.
Yeah, no, I don't think you can switch latency midstream. I think it'll mess with something.
Yeah,
it looks fine. My camera, I told you before we hopped on, my camera seems to have a mind of its own. I'm not one of these paranoid conspiracy theory guys, but like even like the old MacBook that I had, it started snapping pictures of me the other day, like on its own. I'm like, oh, good. This is perfect.
What does Dilly always say? They're after me. They're totally shadow banning me. The infamous they.
Yeah, I didn't know much about him. I think Ginger mentioned him once, and I was like, wait, who is that? And I had to take a look, and I'm pretty shocked that he has an audience, to be honest. I don't think he's genuine. I think he's a phony. I'm sorry, Brendan, if you're watching. I think you're a phony. But
I wouldn't apologize to him, but yeah, he's proven that he's about as phony as you can get. A life coach without life experience.
Yeah,
that's basically me trying to teach you to code.
Yeah. Well, what's weird with him is that it seems almost like he. I saw some older pictures of him too, because I started asking a few people. I'm like, well, what's up with this guy? And they said, well, he used to be a fitness guy, life coach type of stuff. And I saw some older pictures of him where he was fit, and I was like, does anyone think that maybe he's overcompensating right now for? No, but I'm trying to be genuine here, that he's overcompensating because of a loss of confidence. So he's trying to project confidence so that maybe he'll believe he's confident. I don't know. I just think it doesn't come off right.
You nailed it, because he's actually going to go the way of 0 hour as far as Twitter goes and Periscope. Yeah. Once you get banned and you keep coming back in different forms and pushing the same crap that got you banned, then you get a group of people that starts mass reporting you, especially when you have groups like Right Wing Watch and stuff like that. They expose him trying to make Trump look bad. For me, they do us favors because they expose some of the idiocy that I might have missed or someone else has in the movement, and we can expose them to the right. Now, we've done that and basically been at war with the likes of Ann Vandersteel, Mill Bitchell, Dildo Scammons. Probably one of my proudest nicknames I've ever come up with is Dildo Scammons hashtag, and because it fits this goon in a lot of ways. It's all about the scam, and it's became obvious. But we've been under hardcore attack. I mean, you've probably now understand a little bit more, because the minute you say something to Ann Vandersteel or someone, then all of a sudden the goons that watch her mention start attacking you. Well, that's exactly what happened to us and our whole group. And we had just, to give you the quick background, after Atlanta, Ann Vandersteel herself, her husband, and a guy named John Wotees, asked Adam if he would be part of the MAGA coalition, a super PAC made up of grassroots support. Most super PACs are corporations and big money, and we were going to be the complete opposite. We were going to be the silent majority, finally getting a little bit of a voice and helping President Trump and the agenda that we all voted for. Well, I believe in my mind that they had nefarious things in mind with the MAGA coalition, and their big mistake was bringing in Adam, because Adam is not nefarious in any way. He's not money hungry. He's MAGA. He walked away from a 20-year political career in Pennsylvania because he watched the PAGOP walk away from President Trump before the election. And that got under his craw. So he left the money and went to work for free, basically, to help the Trump campaign any way that he could. So when they seen they weren't going nowhere with that, and at the same time, Adam was like, hey, I don't know the ins and outs of a super PAC. Everything has to be documented down to the last fucking nickel and turned over to the FEC. So he brought in Glenn. Glenn has a background. He was basically one of the creators of Prodigy and worked for IBM. He knew what he was doing, and he's also anal. So every little freaking thing that needed to be taken care of, he could do. And immediately, Ann Vandersteel's husband resigned, John resigned, and shortly thereafter, the treasurer resigned from the MAGA coalition. And they immediately turned it to an attack. And so we got the big hits from 0 Hour and Shane Bow and Fucked Up Mind, and Fucked Up Mind not as much. I will say that. He was one guy that does have some common sense in that group, but still, he played a part earlier and was friends with these guys. King Bronco, of course, Mr. Bronco, and the Schmegs and Karens and Jay Winks and just a vile underbelly. Mary Goya Grace, Mary Disgrace, Praying Medic, all these scammers and schemers and grifters, they attacked us hard, and we, the MAGA coalition, now we were Antifa. We were trying to go in and destroy the MAGA movement, and we weren't who we said we are. As a matter of fact, we were the cocaine coalition, and they were taking all the money that they were getting in donations from the MAGA coalition, and they're buying sports cars, and they're doing golf trips and just all this insane bullshit that, by the way, you have to file FEC reports, 4 times a fucking year? And it's all public?
It's quarterly,
yeah. And so all their lies were going to be either proven or disproven in a few months, simply because of what has to be publicly put down. And that's the battle we went through for a long time. Scammers and grifters don't like to be called out as scammers and grifters.
No.
And with Anne, she has a very small, very ineffective group. But at that time, we didn't know how ineffective they were. And they were actually kind of effective because they got in Seb Gorka's ear, who was the first pretty much hire for the MAGA coalition. Now, keep in mind, Stu, that Adam, Glenn, and eventually Brian Hassine came in as the treasurer, took no money, no salary, worked for free. Took nothing. So, it was not just lies that they were spreading. It was just, absolute total bullshit. But they did, however, hire Seb Gorka to be the face and the name of the MAGA coalition. And at that time, he was on Fox like fucking 10 times a week. He was on probably 20 to 25. It was estimated that Gorka was being piped into about 8 million homes.
Yeah, I saw him all the time.
Exactly, and you've seen that name, the MAGA. Yes, Sean, I represent the MAGA coalition, Sean. It's a coalition, working for Trump's agenda, Sean. And they actually got in his ear, and I guess he doesn't know anything about due diligence or research, or maybe even fucking asking Adam and Brian and Glenn what's going on and who these people were. He opted out of his last month of his contract, and boy, they done it. We destroyed the MAGA coalition. We told you they aren't MAGA. Seb Gorka walked away because they aren't MAGA. And they pretty much dealt a pretty harsh blow to MAGA coalition from what it could have been. They haven't killed it. MAGA coalition's still around. As a matter of fact, there was redemption 6-7 months later when in the Trump fucking grand ballroom, they did a MAGA coalition event with Diamond and Silk, and the headliner was Sarah Palin. So they tried, they failed. But that's the battle we've been in. So when I seen you come along and others, my God, I got giddy. When I see Revenge of the Cis, Mersh and Royce tearing up the likes of Dildo Scammons and Ann Vandersteel, my soul does fucking cartwheels. Because we've been in this fight for a long time. And I gotta tell you, this fight for them was probably to the death, and for us it was fun as hell because these people are fucking inept and they leave themselves open, and it's the same old tired shit. You just doxed my paralyzed 4-year-old niece, you monster. They doxed me, they tagged me in the FBI. I sent tweets to you, everyone here knows the story. They went after my friend Leah, who's probably one of the great archivers on the net right now of Twitter. I believe her running screenshot count is about 20,000. Last time I
Really?
seen. Oh yeah, and organized. She can pull shit up fast. We have everything, Stu. Everything.
I've noticed that you guys have kept a really good record of it, because I mean, it's hard for, I mean, unless you're personally involved in these things, it's sort of hard to keep up with. That's another reason why when I go after groups, I tell people, one, don't get involved. You don't have to fight with me. I'll take my blows, but it's hard for people to get into it enough to where they can start to accurately fight back. So you have to sort of be personally effective, and you can only do that by either, one, throwing yourself in the middle, or getting pulled into the middle of it. So, but yeah, I've seen that you guys actually have a lot of info on all this stuff that I would have never found out in 20 years,
Right. Well, for, shits and giggles and good times, I really hope that Glenn brings back some of or makes available, I hope you're listening, Glenn, some of the MNN archives, because we're just about, February 13th? I think we just passed the 1 year date of when Dilly ran for Congress. And it was such a fucking joke from the get that we seen it and we enjoyed it and we made fun of it. But man, they had convinced so many people, so many fucking boomers on MAGA, that this guy was legit. He was everything that he said he was. You had the likes of Ann Vandersteel, Bill Mitchell, who has 400,000 Twitter followers, who has Laura Trump on his show, Scott Adams, so many great people that people think he's legit because he managed to get a hold of some people who could get him, get people on his show. So people took it legit and attacked us in a big way. And, from basically a very large group, it was just slowly dwindled and, dwindled down, which I think is great because we separated the wheat from the chaff. But the majority of the audience that, you're addressing right now are battle-scarred fucking veterans of the last year and a half of these type Twitter wars, and all of us had to go through the adjustment that, like you said, when you find out all the threats and all the craziness you hear isn't real life, they're not actually coming to my door. Even though we did have one guy, when Ann got so desperate that 0 Hour wasn't cutting it, throwing disabled veterans at us didn't cut it, she threw Bob. And
what's
Bob? Exactly, what's Bob? You're going to see Bob. What I'm going to do real quick, I'm going to pull up a video that Glenn made that's called MAGA News Network, a retrospective. And it was great because she sent a lot of people after us. First, she sent Amy, Based Amy is basically what her name is now. She's a British chick.
Oh, yeah, I know her.
Okay, yeah, she was crazy, Amy. And she was turned by Ann Vandersteel and all them to basically become the army. They called themselves Amy's Army, that would mass report the Periscope to the 4 people that were running Periscope. And if you get enough mass reports, you'll be deplatformed. And a fantastic, awesome show, MAGA News Network, was deplatformed off of Periscope because of these stupid reports. They went really far against Glenn. They called the FBI, said he's an NRA fucking instructor in New York, no less. And they're calling the FBI saying this guy's dangerous and he's stalking and they need to come take his guns and everything else. After that happened, they sent Bob. When it finally didn't work, we did what's called the countdown to humiliation. And I hope for shits and giggles that Glenn will let that one MNN scope be there for a little while, because we're about the 1 year anniversary. 30 days prior to this election, if I remember correctly, it was February 8th, 2018. He put up a countdown timer on MNN. Now, Glenn did a show 7 days a fucking week, man. 7 days a week. All for free, all for us. And he put this countdown clock on there. Didn't even tell people for a week and a half what it was. People started figuring out it was a countdown to election night, the special election, Arizona 08, with Dilly, which we predicted he would lose miserably. The night before the election, or maybe it was even the day of, on Bill Mitchell's own YVA, it came out that a guy in Home Depot told Brendan Dilly that he saw a poll where Dilly was leading by 41% over the other 11 candidates. And they put it on their fucking show. And they go, the poll disappeared because it doesn't fit the narrative. But I'm going to play this video. It's only 6 minutes, so if you want to get your second device ready. But it'll give you a quick synopsis of kind of what we went through and what it culminated in. And, of course, you know, we've been proven right. They just never stopped the scammery. They just moved it to different levels. Let me pull this up. Credit to at New York City Guns, Glenn. If you guys don't know him, check out his website. The dude is epic. And you think we have a treasure trove of stuff? Glenn's got a terabyte. There's not much that went on Periscope, Twitter, YouTube that he does not have. Because, I mean, that's the old... Everyone loves to put out something and then delete that shit real quick and hope that the Wayback Machine didn't catch it. Right.
Yeah. You got to archive everything nowadays, and you got to do it quick. I mean, even just real quick before you start the video, a lot of the people
that need a minute. Go ahead.
A lot of the people, once I start to look at them, I'll set up machines to just archive everything that they're doing. And so far, some of the people that follow 0 Hour, I haven't really needed to do it because they archive everything so quick on him. It's a blessing, really. But I mean, I would just set it up to auto archive, just strip their Twitter feed, all their friends, followers, make an exact copy of it. And that's usually what I do, because when we have to go back, we can just look at it later, you know?
Absolutely.
But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just figured I'd throw that in there.
No, perfect. Like I said, it's taking just a second to get it up. Fine. I'm just going to give it its own window real quick. It's an amazing retrospective. We had so much fun with it, Stu. You know, Dilly would call Ginger McQueen a deep state plant. Next thing you know, Ginger's in Guantanamo. Agent 80085.
Her agent number is 807136.
Oh, really? That's the actual one? The one on her outfit was 80085, which any young teenagers with a calculator know spells boobs. And that's the kind of fun we had. You'll see a clip of that in there. They harassed Melania Trump. You have to disavow the MAGA coalition. They are meanie heads. They are terrible people. They say things like prolapsed rectum. So they're obviously unacceptable. So Glenn, freaking in all his glory, does a video of Melania Trump disavowing us. And they didn't stop at Melania. They went to Rex Tillerson when he was still the supposed Secretary of State.
Oh, yeah,
and
I forgot
they
about
harassed his Twitter page. And so Glenn, of course, had to make a video of Tillerson actually disavowing us. And we had fun where they would be so angry. We would be laughing so hard. It's been an enjoyable ride. So now I'm going to bring it up. If you want to pull up your device.
Yeah,
we'll get right into New York City Guns' own MNN, a retrospective, the Scarface edition.
We, as an independent media show, cannot be directly connected to a super PAC. It doesn't make sense, right? Because they're raising money for candidates. We're just objectively talking about candidates. So, yeah. So what we decided to do is, and it's unfortunate because we really love some of these folks like Adam Gingrich, who's been a fantastic part of the show. He is now the president of a super PAC. And so for the time being, he can no longer be an official part of the show. He can come on as a guest host and give us his analysis. But as far as being a regular Tuesday night co-host, we just can't do it anymore until his commitment with the super PAC is over. There's no bad blood here. There's no bad feeling here. It's just purely, we just don't want to get in trouble with the FBC.
Breaking news comes in from the local ABC station, the exact station that posted Brendan Dilley in the lead last week, and then it was mysteriously taken down because it didn't fit the narrative, as we reported yesterday.
Folks, you heard it. Your Voice of America, Brendan Dilley, who is our regular Wednesday night co-host, is running for Congress there, and 2 polls had him leading about a week ago, and hopefully he's winning today. We'll see what happens. But thank you, Ann Vandersteel, and tell Brendan that we wish him the very best out there, okay?
I have a problem with me telling you that the president is fully aware of who I am.
You know, in the old days, we had mental institutions. We had a lot of them. and you could nab somebody like this, because, you know, they did. They knew something was off.
Before I ever ran for this, by the way. That's not... He knows who I am. I knew who I was before I ran for Congress. How do you think I started getting information, you guys?
Someone found out who I really am, and they posted it on Twitter. Because of this, I'm going to have to go on the run. I wouldn't call following or seeing Ginger's tweets lucky. She's a deep state plant, just like all the other mentally ill cultists. Just look at the candidates they're backing. It says everything you need to know. Now, I have to admit to you that I am the deep state. I have to leave. I have to leave my home and everything that I've ever known. This is serious, and my life could be in danger. If you look at his latest poll, he posted on Facebook just a few hours ago. He's going to win in Arizona, District 8. He's polling at 41%. And as you guys know, Brendan Dilley is going after the deep state. He has intelligence reports. And now I am in the crosshairs. From Greece, I was then transported to Prague. Unfortunately, this afternoon, I was apprehended. I haven't had any water. The only thing that there is to eat here are rotten Georgia peaches. There's one guy 2 cells down from me. He's the only one who can eat them. And I think it's because he has 2 rows of wisdom teeth on one side of his face. Frankly, the entire thing is disgusting to me.
A lot of shit's been said in the past month about me, other people. Let me tell you something. Twitter people don't get to tell people who's MAGA, who's not MAGA, who's a Trump supporter, who's not a Trump supporter. That's fucking stupid.
So we got 1% last time. Now we'll just get 2%, you guys. That's our goal. 2%. We're going to make it modest goals. 2% of the vote. We'll raise like $200,000 and we'll get 2% of the vote. That's the goal. Who cares? It doesn't matter. We're going to be the most obnoxious 2% vote in the history of mankind.
When you hear 50 fucking Harleys rumbling up to your fucking doorstep, bitch, you're gonna be running out of your back door screaming, clown, motherfucker.
That's Bob.
There's a million.
They lied about me. I was condemned. Just my pain. But nobody can help me, and I lost my golf career.
This is Crazy Amy World, or Amy Crazy World.
After numerous tweets at me by assorted non-citizens, mental patients, and individuals who, according to the public record, have a world record for the suiciding attempts, I have now been forced to state publicly that I must formally denounce the Glenn Herman, Adam Gingrich, and the Brian Hassini.
Foreign elements, non-citizens, have been petitioning me via Facebook and a tweet. They have been entreating me to disavow certain individuals, namely Glenn Herman, Adam Gingrich, and Brian Hossein. I'm going to let you finish this video. There will be a little bit of dead air, folks, and then I want to get Stu's take on all this. But I wanted a little setup. There's like a 4-minute fucking lag. It's fun just watching your reaction. Let me know when it finishes up for you, Stu.
Okay. I think it's, yeah, audio's gone on it now, so I think it's gone.
Okay, good deal. Did want to go ahead and, I noticed Babylon Cowboy. I noticed your comment. Yeah, I just got a new internet connection and I upgraded from what I had before. So I'm supposed to have 150 megabytes down and at least 10 up. So this little OBS production I'm running should not be having this much problem. I do believe it's because I did not hit the latency button. But one thing about Periscope is on the replay, no one's going to be dealing with any of that. It will come right back into line. All the videos will play. It won't be freezing. You'll be able to see. Anyway, Babylon Cowboy, I noticed you mentioned I'm going Hannity on Doug, and I just wanted to set some of these things up because I can talk about things, but unless Doug has an idea of what we've gone through, then he's not going to know everything that I think he needs to know. What you just saw was a compilation of some of the greatest hits from back in. This was made in like February, probably about fucking March of last year. So now you've got an idea of the goons and that they've sent against us and the kind of tactics they used. Now let's get into the good shit, Doug. And this is going to be where I'm letting you take over. You decided in your group, tell us why you're in the position you're in and why that you must expose, obliterate, and destroy the likes of Zero Hour and Vandersteel. And what are their effects on MAGA?
Well, so one thing I don't like is I don't like grifters and scammers, period. Doesn't matter where we find them. We see them latched on to different conspiracy theory areas. I don't care much about them other than kind of disagreeing with them and making fun of them. They could do whatever they want, really, until they start hurting people. The problem with what seems like what Ann is doing is that she's trying to make the jump to legitimacy. And in doing so, she will create a lot of damage. In other words, there'll be a lot of collateral damage for that move. And since this is a movement that's mostly really populist almost, the collateral damage could be huge. she could take a good chunk of the following and they might just walk away and say, I'm sick of the crap. So when this happened, I have a history with 0 Hour. I always considered him to be a disinformation account from very early on, because it seemed like he was purposely getting things wrong. And just a few of us that were trying to think about what we're going to do for primaries, this came up again. So in my group, there's a guy, the recent group on my Discord, it's only a couple of us. It's I'll have to give you their handles. I'm not going to drop their real names. One has a real name. His name's Pavel LaRue. Everybody knows him. If you don't, I'll tell you guys about him later. He's sort of like a prankster. He likes messing with people. There's another guy called Abel Stranger, and he's just a mockery of the Abel Danger conspiracy guy. We have another girl whose handle is Girl, GRRL, and one other guy who keeps switching up his name all the time. Sometimes he goes by Domino, Dominion, Overlord, all sorts of stupid things. It changes every day. But they're people that I've known for quite a few years, and they got into the political pranksterism probably around 2007, 2008. And, they're guys that, used to come from the old Chans, and they just like to really mess with people, except during the Trump years, they were like, listen, this guy is somebody who's actually sort of trolling people on a mass level and getting results from it. I mean, he trolled his own way into the White House. So they think it's hysterical and they want to see it keep going. But they become more politically active in this. And as primary season approaches us, they're like, look, there's going to be some things that might trip us up. And some of them were the QAnon folks, because they are based mostly on how much revenue they could generate, not the people that follow it, but the ones that do the YouTubes and all their stuff. They're the ones that are just really after some money, and they'll push
the bakers.
Right. Yeah. And that was always in the back of our mind too. But one of them said, hey, what about the Vandersteel lady in this Your Voice America thing? Because they're really pushing their way into, or at least trying to, into the mainstream and get into the good graces of the campaign. And as soon as I started asking around, one of them said, I think she's a total fraud. And I said, yeah, it gives off the feeling of that. Let me talk to a few people and see what's going on. And I had no idea that 0 Hour was even linked up to her. So as soon as I saw 0 Hour, I said, it's 100% toxic and cancer. And even people that I had talked to before during like the Luis Mensch stuff, they were linked up with 0 Hour. And I was like, I don't understand what the draw is here for this. So one of the things they said was, what we should do is, if we could cut 0 Hour out of this whole picture, the people that have followed him just being MAGA and being interested in all of this, Zero can be removed, and Ann too. The goal is Ann, but they could be removed and all of the good people could come along. But if she continues along this path, she has the potential to do a lot of damage. So we went, basically, I looked at it with that approach, that Zero is a fraud and a scammer, in my opinion. So is Ann. They're linked up. They're helping each other fight this fight, and they've brought good people with them. And we need those good people. And sorry. So I asked around a little bit, and I said, listen, Zero's bad news. It's about time to give them up. And everyone I went to said, burn them. Doesn't matter. And they said anyone that goes with them. So
they've actually made enough noise that people that matter have seen it and decided that this is a cancer in MAGA.
Yeah, I'm not entirely ready to say exactly who I talked to. I will.
No,
I just
don't have to.
I just haven't got the permission from
more of the reasoning behind it. It was my thing that they made enough noise, and they were noticed.
Right, and for people that were sort of viewing this from far back to notice them, it's saying something, because there's so many people in this whole thing that, if one or two people stick out, then that's bad news. You're doing something wrong if you started attracting all of this attention. And as soon as I started asking around about it, I got all sorts of crazy stories from both sides of the political aisle. Everybody from people that are in resistance all the way over to MAGA. And, those are people that I've known from way back with other battles. And each one of them was like, yeah, these guys are junk. They're bad news. They're going to hurt you. And that was it. We just said, okay, well, let's try to expose them for what they are. Let's put some pressure on them. And I'm sort of just the one guy talking trash publicly and taking all of the heat, which is fine. I'm okay with that. I like doing that. But the other guys behind the scenes have a little bit bigger of an idea of what's going to happen next. I could tell you what the next step is, because Zero can't figure it out. So I might as well just tell you. You want to hear it?
Oh yeah, he's listening. So
good. Okay, good. Zero, this is what's going to happen. Okay, you've already seen a taste of it, and that is that we're going to search engine optimize you and your name. That means anytime anybody pops in 0 Hour, Fiore, Brian, DPN, Trentonio, whatever your name is, they will get nothing but pages and pages of exactly who you are, what you're up to, and what a fraud you are. There will be no more searching or doing any deep dives. Everyone will know. That's it. And we're going to do the same thing to Ann too. That way, when she tries to tell somebody that she has this and that going on and she has these connections, as soon as that person goes and Googles her name, it's over. And I don't care. This is asymmetrical warfare. I'm going to screw with them online, in person, and let them fight back and try to troll me and meme me. Who cares? And in the background, we're going to start creating the foundation for letting people know who they are and what they are. And that's the next step. I'm not going to reveal anything past that, but that's the next step.
So there you have it, Zero. He's threatened to leave Twitter 734 times in the 3.5 years that I've paid attention to that name. Because before Trump got elected, 0 Hour was almost a mythical creature. And I was watching this guy on Twitter being banned over and over, but it wasn't because he was a shit slime ball. It was because, in my mind, and he was putting it out, that he was exposing pedophiles on Twitter, finding huge networks of pedophile accounts on Twitter. And of course, at that time, WikiLeaks was rampant. Everything was a conspiracy theory. And so I was very interested. I was very stoked and pumped when I found out that I was going to actually get to meet him. And I was probably going to do some scopes with him. And this is probably, a year and a half ago. What a fucking disappointment that was. It opened my mind to exactly how things are not what they seem on Twitter.
Right. Well, one of the things too is I'll never knock anybody for people looking for the pedophile networks online. I'm glad there's a lot of people that do it. It's something that I'm not very public about, but the last time that we did it back in December, there was a pretty well-known pedophile organizer by the name of Amos Yee, who just came to the U.S. from Singapore, got asylum granted. And as soon as he got here, he started raising money to help pedophiles and to keep his activities going. So in December, it was really kind of weird. There's a guy that you may have heard of. He's notorious. He's an absolute machine. His name's Spicky. Right. He's a co-host with Right to Bryden, and he treats basically Twitter and online engagements like a real world video game. And he has
Right to Bryden, you said?
Right to Bryden, yeah. They do a stream on YouTube. I think it's on Spreaker and whatnot. I'll drop a link to you guys too. But he's somebody who's unapologetic and he goes after people. And what happened was that Amos Yee had popped up and put out a tweet, showed a picture of a little girl, and he said, "How does one not become a pedophile?" He put it up on Twitter. So I said out loud, I shouldn't have said it, but I said out loud, I go, something has to be done. And then Spicky just contacted me. It was like, what do you want to do? And I was like, let's just take everything out. Patreon, GoFundMe, PayPal, whole 9 yards. We could do it tonight. And that's what we did. We raided the Discord first. We locked the whole thing down. We grabbed all the user profiles. By the time we got out of that Discord and stripped everything was gone. His Facebook, PayPal, Patreon, GoFundMe, all that stuff, a lot, Proton Mail, all of it banned, locked down, off of Twitter, gone. And realistically, from the time that we pulled the trigger, it was like an hour between that time. But the thing is that, I mean, we got a lot of help, like the Open Secret guys were bringing attention to it while it was happening in real time. But without him, it wouldn't have happened that quick. So I don't ever knock people that want to hunt the legitimate pedophiles. That's great. It's a tiring thing to do, and it's a hobby that you can't mess up while doing. I mean, yeah, if you see the ones on Twitter and you spread it around, spread awareness, look, that's great. The actual infiltrating takes a lot out of you, and that's where a lot of the work comes from. I don't know if Zero's ever done that. If he wants to do it, he should do that. He should stop doing the political stuff because he's not good at it, and he's not good at trolling either online. He's just kind of nasty, and there's no way he's never going to win that battle, at least not with me. It just doesn't affect me. He called me a felon on a podcast not too long ago, so I just put professional felon in my profile. Fine.
Right. I'm a felon nobody, by the way. You're getting to him because I believe that it was 2 days ago, maybe even yesterday, he put out a tweet that said, Glenn fucks animals, Adam's stupid drunk, you're a felon, I'm a felon nobody, and Ginger's a whore. So it sounded triggered.
Yeah, I'd say so. That's good though, because if I could do something and make someone jump, then I know they're always playing my game, and he can't not jump when I do something because he has no idea what's coming next. I've seen people like Zero many times over. They're very easy, and especially even Ann. You know exactly what they're going to do. That's why I set him up with that trap with the tweet to Ann, because I knew he would respond to it, and that was the test. Because realistically, when we went into this, it was like, well, Ann's cancer. What can we do about it? And then someone said, well, Zero's teamed up with her. And I said, are you sure? Let's test this. And he doesn't know how to do anything but react. He doesn't think tactically. And that's because he's driven by his emotions. And if you bring your emotions into this, you're done. When you step onto the battlefield, you have to make sure that you're not going to get surrounded. You have to know where reinforcements might come from and all that. You have to know all that. And he doesn't do that. He just runs out into the battlefield with a sword and realizes that there's, 5 cannons, just over the hill there waiting for him. It's not going to end. It's not going to end well for him.
Right. Right, and I think that's even extending to Ann right now. I noticed that she tweeted at the Revenge of the Cis guys without actually tweeting at them, saying that all these people that are having fun and making fun of folks might get the Roger Stone treatment at 6 a.m.
Yeah, I hope so.
It sounds a lot like
Louise
that
Mensch.
phrase. Yeah, that phrase that you what did you call that again? Slamming. When they send the FBI to your door.
Oh, it's swatting, but that's
swatting.
Yeah, that's where
it's a little different, but
yeah,
the same type threat. We all know that Ann Vandersteel's husband's brother works at the FBI because her husband likes to act like he's the FBI and has done it to a few people.
Yeah, I've heard that. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. I'm going through your page right now because I thought I had the screen grabs of everything, but I don't. But you've had some fun with these guys. It doesn't look like you're working very hard.
No, this isn't really a challenge. This is easy to do. They're actually using tactics that are sort of out of style by now, but they've just gotten around to them. So that's fine. I mean, I did that 10 years ago. It doesn't matter. They're not going to get one over on me. But one of the things that I think got to them was there's a little bit of a trick in Twitter where they try to block you, but the way that Twitter is coded is that you could circumvent blocks while being logged in, and I've showed videos doing that.
Yeah, that's pretty much the one I'm looking for right now.
Yeah, that was probably a while back now. It was probably 5-6 days ago. My timeline gets pretty schizophrenic sometimes because I just see things that I like, and I retweet some crazy stuff. So my timeline.
Same here.
But and I did the same thing with Dilly. I think the next day. But what they don't realize is that blocks don't work. The only thing they do is they prevent you from seeing something at a certain time, but Twitter's pretty much an open exchange of information because it needs to be indexed by search engines. So there's easy way around that. And one of the things that I wanted to do is that basically if I could take that request to remove the block and place it on a different user ID, it should cause a little bit of havoc. And I think it's going to. I've tested it a few times. It's actually even within the terms of service too. You could make that kind of request. So I'm going to keep trying it. Hopefully it gets them banned. All of them. I don't care.
Yeah, well, I think he's already gone through two or three accounts since you got back in. But we know Zero has. I think it's soft estimate. I've seen 50 accounts of his suspended in 3.5 years.
Yeah.
First, like I said, for just posting, going after the pedos and whatnot, and then just his heinous behavior after that.
That was one of the things that really bothers me, because as we move forward, some of the conversations that, I've even heard Dreamcatcher say this too, is like, look, and even all the way talk to the Right to Bryden guys too. They might be edgy, but they're like, look, we don't want this alt-right crap. It's got to go. It's cancer. And I don't think that the Ann crew knows what that line is. And it's not going to work this time around. It worked for a populist swell in the beginning because they needed everyone to get Trump in, but Trump is in now. So sorry, guys, you might feel used by that, but it doesn't matter. We're not going to have it anymore, and we're going to do our best to try to clear it out. And I want the good people to stay, but some of the things that I see from Zero is really, it's just tasteless, we don't need it.
It's tasteless. It's not funny.
No.
And let's see. I found that video. So come over here. I don't think it has sound to it, but it gives folks an idea. When I seen this go down, I, of course, laughed my ass off. I was intrigued. I wondered how the F you were doing that. But my God, that's got to screw with these folks. Speaking of which, right now, I'm pretty sure if any of that crew, and I know that their minions are watching this, they're probably all having a collective, oh, fuck, what did we get ourselves into right now? But that's just what I'm feeling. This is a 34-second video. It's real quick, but it's basically Doug, after being blocked by 0 Hour, going into his scope, unblocking himself, going into his scope and chatting, and shaking Zero to the core that he just disabled the chat mid fucking stream.
You have to look for, one thing you have to look for is when I go into the Periscope after I send the first message, and I'm nice, I say hello, it'll actually say that I'm blocked, but my next message goes through anyway, and he has to disable the chat. There's nothing they could do. Matter of fact, if he...
Okay, that was the dilly one.
I actually... I'm so tempted to do something where I could actually trigger himself to suspend himself, but I don't want to do it yet. It'll be a lot of fun. I want to make sure that I'm recording it correctly with audio and all that other stuff. It'll be a lot of fun.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, I pulled up the wrong one. I pulled up when you did it to Dilly after he blocked you.
Yeah.
A little bit differently. I will find that. So now that you are seeing the kind of the genesis of where this all is coming from, the fact that Zero is connected to Ann, where do you, one thing that Glenn has done with these folks is he has a habit of giving his enemies really good advice. And it's like, that your enemy's not going to take your advice.
Right.
But you feel good about giving them that advice and then, watching them being burned by not taking it. So if you want to partake in that activity to Ann, what do you have to say to Ann, and what's going to happen with Ann? What's her future?
Well, wait, you want me to give her advice on how to deal with me?
Not necessarily how to deal with you, but, probably her best way to get out of this without her name forever ringing as Ann Vandersteel, fake MAGA, grifter, called out personally by POTUS, It's up to you. You don't have to give her any advice, but you can tell her what's going to happen.
I don't know the political landscape, the inner workings of it as good as some people, but I would imagine if I was in her position, I was getting this type of pushback. I think what I would do is I would probably just make a YouTube channel where I just uploaded stuff maybe once a week. And what I would do is I would show on the ground activism and get creative with things. Like, you notice that Democrats are very good with their on the ground game and being creative with stuff. As stupid as the Donald Duck thing was, they put ducks on the ground. It's just another little sort of counter trolling out there in the real world. Stuff like that works well. If you look at how even people like Milo or Baked Alaska, of course they're not what they used to be, but the way that they got good positive attention from our side was by being creative and putting themselves out there. Somebody like Baked Alaska never claimed to be working with Trump or anything like that. Milo kind of hovered around the periphery by calling him daddy. That it's like, well, wait a minute, does he have a connection there? You
God Emperor.
Right. Yeah. So if she was able to get creative and have some fun with it, then I think she could probably reset herself. And I think to keep going in this direction where you just keep digging in, it won't be helpful, because it's at this point you're just doing damage control and trying to save face, and you don't need to, because nobody's going to care if you just start doing something slightly different. But if you keeping on and trying to become the MAGA person, MAGA official, real MAGA, if you keep drilling that down, people are just going to keep saying, wait, why is she saying this? What is it? Why does it matter? And then when they look into it, they say, oh crap, she's actually a complete phony. So I think she needs to switch up a little bit, do something a little bit different, and don't try to make a Twitter war or an online war out of anything. You'll lose. You got a whole crew. You can't take on one guy,
Right. And that's what they did. They looked at MAGA Coalition and our little group as competition versus, wow, more people to spread the MAGA. I've actually got a picture of her in between us right now. And it's a face that says, I cannot have fucking fun at all. So I think she's going to fail miserably at, your advice. But I wanted to give her a chance just so I could kind of feel what Glenn feels when he gives his enemies advice. And then they, crash and burn. I did pull up right now behind you is your tweet. Here's your video. Here's video of me turning off at 0 Hour One's Twitter and Periscope block in real time and participating in his chat, which I'm also blocked from. You'll see I'm blocked when I enter, but I override that. He has to disable the whole chat. Laugh my ass off. So I'm going to go ahead and play that real quick behind you. There's no sound, but at least people can get an understanding of what Douglas Stewart can accomplish.
There's actually might be sound when his Periscope opens up.
Douglas Matthew Stewart.
There is.
You fucking loser.
Cool.
Now, make sure you go tell Brian and Ed Krasenstein, the two guys that you work for, to go fuck themselves, because we really don't want to fucking talk to you. You fucking big fucking goofball. Yep, he's right in here. He's awful upset right now because he's been outed, so he's going to run in for the first time and be like, oh my God.
I actually pulled the stream down. I'm sorry about that.
Are you upset? I hope so.
I
hope I've ruined your...
Yeah, he's talking shit while he's trying to figure out every conceivable way to get you the hell out of there.
Yeah, and the thing is that that's actually one of the hardest things to do, is to do that with iOS, and that's what I'm doing it in, because with Android you can kind of manipulate things, or doing it on Twitter web. But I just didn't feel like getting on my computer, and I was like, I'm going to see if this will work for Periscope too, and it does. So, I mean, it's a neat little trick, and it does annoy people, but that's just me sort of talking crap while we're formulating the next step of the plan. One of the things that I just put out before this stream, and I was hoping to draw maybe some trolls in here. Sorry about that. I'm a little...
Oh no, we love trolls.
Okay. I'm a little evil that way. But one of the things is that, I had started asking, people in their group what they knew about, and taking a following off of Twitter into a new platform, because as she's coming under fire, the best thing to do is to try to hold that all together. And if you could move people away from where the negative talk is, then you may be able to retain some of your lie. So I had gotten word from a couple different people that she was planning on doing this, that she had talked with people who developed new apps. And I started asking them, I said, behind the scenes, I said, listen, I said, this is happening, and what do you know about it? Oh, I don't know anything about it. Okay, well, take it back to whoever, ask them about it, ask them if they are on board for this, for splitting the entire right, the entire MAGA movement. Are they for that? And it's kind of ironic that the woman called out by the Trump campaign is the one who is calling everyone fake MAGA and is willing to split the movement. So tonight, before we came on, I just put a tweet up with some direct messages showing that I had asked people about this on February 1st. There's more to come too, by the way. I just said, listen, I asked people about this. I got no answer. And now we know for a fact that they are planning to split the movement. So, now I got to step it up a little bit.
Well, can you go into that a little bit?
As far as which part?
Well, you said you have confirmation that they are intent on splitting the movement, and 2, there's more to come. So if you can expound, we're all ears.
So I don't want to say how I knew.
Okay, fair enough.
Maybe later, not right now. But word got back to me once I started asking around. Usually, if I start asking questions, for some reason, I seem to know the people that are able to tell me exactly what I'm looking for. So the confirmation came really when Zero started talking about it on his scope yesterday. He started talking about this new platform, saying Twitter's dead. There's, we don't belong there, which that might be true to some extent, but I'm not keen on splitting the movement right now. And you know who caught it? Brandon, God, I can remember his username. I'll tweet it out right at the end of this stream. He's probably in the chat.
Is he the Southern guy that's been periscoping with his little puppy?
Yeah, with the small Great Dane,
the freaking Marmaduke.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, so he caught it and sent it to me, and I was like, okay, there we go. Now I know that as I was still, even though I was hitting them a little bit publicly, I was still trying to give certain people the benefit of the doubt behind the scenes and say, look, this is what's happening. Are you for this? Ask everyone. We got to get an answer out of this. And of course, rather than that, they come forward with just trying to smear and slander you. It's just fine. I don't care. Like I said, I'll retweet it. I'll embrace it. Is Zero was calling me Antifa before this? Okay, well, maybe I'll put an Antifa banner up. Who cares? I don't care.
Right. We got that last year. So he's not much for imagination. It's the same old. Right, but when I stopped that video of you pretty much forcing your way into his Periscope, the tweet that is left behind says Ed and Brian Krasenstein and its unholy alliance with a man named Glenn and Adam and Douglas Stewart. Who in the fuck is Ed and Brian Krasenstein?
They're I actually only know their name because of 2 reasons. They seem to pop up around the time that I was dealing with the Mensch crew. And I don't really know anything about them, to be honest with you. I heard they got into some trouble with some financial stuff. And after that, I just see them as guys on Twitter who talk some smack and they're on the left. Okay, great. I've never met them. I tried to get them to comment. I put it out there. I was like, listen, do I work for you guys? Because if so, I want to get paid my money.
Right. Better have my donuts.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So with people like Zero, since they don't have any sort of skill set, they try to make up for it by being loud. And I'm only loud when I need to be, so I pop up every once in a while, I get real loud, and then I retreat a little bit.
Right. Excellent. Have you found any other through, usually, especially what I found, that grifters and scammers, they tend to freaking gravitate towards each other.
That's
and
right.
So have you found maybe some folks we're not aware of, or some other people that have stood out as another, instance of fucking fake MAGA scammery?
Yeah. Well, the thing is that realistically, when I start looking into these groups, I usually have other people tell me what their perception of the people around them is. There's a reason for that, because it's hard to, you don't know who to trust online, especially if you've never talked to them before.
Right.
But if I go in and I ask them who a person is, what they're into, and all this other stuff, I will ask them again, like in a couple weeks, and that story should be the same. So I achieve 2 things. One, I don't need to chase around these people and spend an individual. I don't need to chase an individual around for a week looking at everything they ever wrote to figure out who they are. People can tell me. And then if I ask them again in a week, they should give me the same story. So I know if that person is trustworthy and being honest, and I get a background on those people. I basically crowdsource it my own way.
Right.
But when you come to the grifters gravitating together, this always happens. And it's, once you find one, you end up seeing the rest. As I was looking at some of the Q stuff and the Pizzagate people, which there's a project in the works right now too, a couple of them really on this whole thing. there are people that have been following this very closely. And as soon as I started going after Zero and Meg started jumping in, I noticed they took issue with me attacking an account called Snake Plissken. Okay. Now, if you don't know anything, or if anybody doesn't know anything about Snake Plissken, he is somebody who has been suspended many, many times. He picks up giant following right off the bat. And he just seems to always have a network, comes right back, and all of a sudden he's got, 10,000 followers. So that guy recently, there's a girl who was in the chat. I don't have it open right now, but there's a girl that knows this better than anyone. Her handle is Jennifer TX Girl. She was somebody who was retweeted by Trump before and then came under attack by the left. They got her suspended. But
I just had to unblock her. I didn't mean to interrupt, but someone asked me to unblock her, and that goes back to those block lists. Because when I first got on Twitter, I became part of a couple block lists, and now I find people that are good MAGA, and I'm like, how in the frick did I block this person? So Jennifer TX Girl, my apologies. I don't know why I blocked you, but you are unblocked.
Well, thanks. She's great. She knows this stuff better than anyone as far as this network behind the Q people on Twitter goes. And I would have her start to explain it to me, and I can't follow it all, but I have to remain skeptical. So I start asking the questions and whatnot. But it turns out that she called out the Snake Plissken account for a phony PayPal scam. And as soon as he was challenged, it just evaporated. It just went away. He just deleted the tweets and just doesn't talk about it, right? So he was tweeting out there to a massive network that all these things were happening to him. His car got smashed up many times. They killed his dog, and he's sucking up PayPal donations. As soon as he was questioned about it, he just said, I'm going to delete everything. That way there's no confusion. Well, we still don't have an answer. But I noticed that as soon as I started coming after Zero and whatnot, that group had an issue with me calling out that account. So I'm wondering how much of their network is backed by the people that we know that are actually creating this large network. I can't answer that right now, but we have a good idea on it, and that should be coming out fairly soon. There's some good people doing a deep dive into some of the Pizzagate people, which Mindy
I've seen some of that.
Yeah, Mindy Robinson, she's great. She's I Heart Mindy on Twitter, and she's an actress, and she does blogging. She does her own web show and whatnot, and she has a series on some of the Pizzagate grifters who actually turned out to be actual child sex offenders, and they knew. The people at the upper end knew about it and tried to keep it quiet, and they started attacking the people who tried to expose it. That's right. A great series. You should I'll tweet it out again after the show, but anybody should.
If you guys missed what he just said, some of the original and biggest Pizzagate conspirators, which is all about pedophilia and trying to stop the pedophilia with the elites, are pedophiles. Are fucking pedophiles. How many times have I asked, my friends and family, why Anne is such a hardcore, anti-pedo. That's kind of what she puts off. She was, before MAGA Coalition even got known, there was a hit piece in the Daily Beast about the Pizzagate pack because of Ann Vandersteel's association with that. Not saying she's a pedo. She was married to one. But the whole thing... It blows my gourd, and it show people that's watching this show right now that these people online, you don't know who the fuck they are. You don't know. I have people that just to the end of the earth call me every name in the book because I go after Ann, or Praying Medic is another one who uses religion as his scammery, and he has some of the most rabid following I've ever seen in my life of people that you don't know him. No, I fucking do. I've met him. I've seen DMs. I've heard him talking about if you have 10,000 followers, you can sell at least 100 books. You have 70,700 at $12 a book. You just made $48,000, Adam. What a great idea. Why don't you come join us with that? These grifters are beyond. So, thank you for that. And I told you earlier I was pumped that there is a group of people out here that are doing deep dives on the scammery and the all around. I mean, as far as a pedophile concerns, that's just fucking evil. So bravo to them. When you talk to that group, tell them that we fucking appreciate the hell out of them.
Yeah, no, they're a good group. I've been with them forever. I mean, we just got done. We pulled a nice punking on CNN as well, and they're the same people.
Yes.
They understand how this whole thing works and how you can get over on people, manipulate and control information. And realistically, I mean, people always ask me like, "Hey, can I get in on this?" And I'm like, you know, we're four people that have been doing this for a while, and it was sort of a hobby, but it ramped up a little bit. We're not even that good at it, to tell you the truth. We took inspiration from some of the guys like the Dreamcatcher dude, and I mean, that guy Microchip used to just wreck news stories, and you know, I'm sure he will if he comes back. But I mean, you know, we've just taken their model and applied it, and it works. We did the same thing with Colton Hobb, actually, when he said that CNN was scripting the questions. It didn't matter if that was the case or not. The question was, did they do it? And could we can we hijack the entire national media cycle, at least for a day? That was the goal. So
for folks that don't know, Colton Hobb was a Parkland student that came out and said, hey, CNN is scripting questions and not allowing us, you know, to be honest and truthful here, basically.
Right. And when that broadcast came out, it was just a local news broadcast. And I ripped it to YouTube about 5 to 10 minutes after it happened. And we just took a look at it and we're like, we could use this. It's exploitable. Let's see if we can get it on the top of Drudge. And we did. And it stayed there for like a week. We were surprised. I mean, the YouTube video on my channel had like 30 subscribers. I think it did like 400,000 views within 24 hours. So, but the thing is that all this fun stuff with punk, and I'm all for punking like CNN, MSNBC, those guys. We got to do it moving into the primary season. There's got to be more of this. So that's why I'm hoping, like when I got that cryptic message of the Dreamcatcher saying he's going to start ramping things up again, I swear I hope he does, because he's one. I mean, if me and 3 other people can wreck CNN, or, you know, on multiple occasions, I can't imagine what he could put together. It's a lot of fun. We got to start having fun with this stuff again. We can't be in these battles tit for tat with people online. It
Absolutely. You've seen the Eminem retrospective, and I really didn't get your take on that. But as you can see, we're having a lot of fucking fun with these guys.
That's what you got to do.
But there's only so, and I think that's the only reason why you could even sustain this type battle for this long. But I wanted to get back to that point. 4 guys making a difference in the narrative. That, for me, that I never thought something like that was possible. But this isn't the first time. You guys are pretty much responsible for for the question being asked, you know, is CNN going to call these Hebrew Israelites just regular black folk, you know, with the Bible? Right. Or are they going to call them what they really are? Explain a little bit about that, because I found that to be amazing. That turned the tide as far as I'm concerned in the Covington kids story. So were you in D.C. at the time?
No. We were all home, and we knew that the march was happening. So we're like, you know, we know people are going to grab video and cut it up and whatnot. So if there's any that could be cut up and used for any purpose, just to wreak some havoc, let's do it. And we didn't actually get a chance to use the first cut of the video. That Fight 2020 account did. But once we started seeing some of the live streams coming out of it, like, there's a lot of good parts in here that are going to get cut up, and we got to look for it. Once that initial cut came out of Nathan Phillips with the drum in the kid's face, I was like, that's perfect. That's what we're going to use. And we just started really just trying to push it from any angle that we could. Now, the initial push wasn't really our guys. We were just watching it because we knew which way it was going to go. We're like, this is going to blow up. They're going to dig their heels in. We got to be the ones that give them the out.
Well, you tweeted it. I found the tweet. It took me a while because your timeline's fucking extensive.
Yeah.
It took just to go back into January. And you tweeted, I hope that CNN takes the side of the black Hebrew Israelites so we can wreck them or show them truth or something to that effect. Right. Before they did it, and it wasn't like 6 hours later, Tim Pool tweeted that they just said that they were black people having a Bible study.
Right. No, that's what we wanted. What we did is we had myself and 3 other guys, and we were posing as many different people that were aware of the Black Israelites. And what we were doing, since we were already in contact, if you go into, maybe I'll publish it someday, but in some of our Discord servers, I mean, we have contact information for everyone at CNN, down to home phone numbers, cell phone numbers, everything. So what we do is, and all of their email addresses and whatnot. So what we'll do is we'll act like I'm so-and-so from this chapter of the Black Israelites, and I can't believe you let these Covington kids get away with that, and you didn't look at our oppression on this, you know. And then after they get that email, they start getting faxes from other people that are other people who are concerned about the mistreatment of the Black Israelites. And once you hit them that hard from all different angles, and it looks like hundreds of people are coming in and telling them this, that was going to be their out. So in other words, CNN's like, look, we screwed up with this Covington thing, but we have an out here because these Black Israelites, these Bible preaching activists, they were there, and we're not giving them any attention either. So rather than us saying that we were wrong about the Covington boys, we could say, oh, but look at this here, you forgot about this angle. And my plan was, the reason why we have to do that is because there's so many videos online of the Black Israelites praising the Holocaust, telling women on the street that they're going to be raped and enslaved.
Right.
And I was like, I just need to drop the videos of them praising Hitler, and I just want to make a fool of them. And by the time at like 4 a.m, we were getting done, and I was like, is it good enough? Can I call it? Can I say that this is happening tomorrow on CNN, that they're going to do this? And everybody in the group was like, yeah, we got them. They're going to do it. It's absolute. They're going to take their side. They're going to come out for them. So I said, okay, I'm tweeting it. So I put out there and I said, watch CNN. It's happening tomorrow. And literally the next news segment a few hours later is when they said, you know, what the heck? These were just some Bible preaching folks here, and peaceful. And I was like, perfect. Now we're going to hit them with the CNN video. I mean, no, I'm sorry. We're going to hit them with the videos of them praising Hitler, talking about raping people. Because look, I think CNN is a bunk organization. It needs to be probably just go away. It's got to be shut down.
Fake news.
Yeah, they have to go. But the only way we could do that is to keep discrediting them, because at this point now, no one really takes CNN seriously. You might read the Chiron if you're walking through an airport or you're at a place where the volume is off, but very few people are actually watching CNN. And I want it gone. I don't care what happens to it. I don't care who gets fired or where they end up. I don't care if they have to learn to code. Just
That's funny. You know, Stu, an apple is an apple.
That's right. You know? That's right. Absolutely.
That is phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
But the methods that some of the guys used, we took directly from like the old MAGA 3X guys.
Right. Well, it seems like Breitbart. It seems exactly like Breitbart said, or you said when you wrote about Andrew in that great article after his death, was that they are predictable. And because of their predictability, you feel good in acting. And you basically seen where a narrative was going before it got there. So for me, that's beautiful. And it's a level I have never thought of or thought was even possible. And so, you know, meeting you and introducing you to the fam has been a big thrill, just simply because you've seen it and done that. That's why Zero doesn't have a fucking chance against you in any way. That's why Ann Vandersteel and Dildo Scammons and hopefully Praying Medic gets on your radar very soon.
I was actually going to do him before all of this.
Oh, great. Yeah, well, you know, Ann likes to jump ahead of the line for sure. No doubt. And that, for me, will be one of the greatest days, because as I told you, I was raised in church. I hated it. I fought against it, but it did instill a more moral character. And the reason I hated it, I saw too many scammers in the churches, you know, playing off people's need for justice, faith, you know, wanting good things to happen, the good guy to win and whatnot. So, this is fucking awesome. I'm stoked. Like I told you, I'm stoked that it's not just us, you know, regular folk out here that are like, well, you know, how can we beat this fucking machine that has everything behind it? They control everything. And with 4 motivated mofros, look what can happen. Take stock in that, fam, and know that you can change the world with just a couple of motivated patriots.
Look, this stuff isn't rocket science either. It's not because I'm like some high IQ person here. It's not. I'm just an average guy. But once you do it enough, and as long as you commit to having fun, and you have a couple people with you, anything's possible. I mean, yeah, I almost just said something that I shouldn't have. I'm gonna save it. But the thing with Praying Medic is that because I do consider him a complete grifter and scam artist, I was gonna try to tackle him next, but I think that Anne was a little bit more of a priority because she's trying to get ingrained into the campaign, and she's somebody who could hustle up probably even a lot of money if she wanted to. And
well, she planned on making a congressional run. That was pretty obvious.
Yeah, she's definitely building the foundation for that, and I wouldn't put it past her to even do it, maybe even very soon, if she can get enough, support behind her. So, but I want to get back to having fun. I want people to realize that there's a good chunk of the media that we have to destroy, and we have to become the media. And as long as everybody knows that, we're all on the same page. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, there's not like a strict set of rules that people have to abide by when they're doing this whole thing. It's just have fun and try not to kill each other, basically, because you're going to have disagreements.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people walk away, and I'm not saying they walked away from the MAGA movement, but they walked away from being involved because of this fight. So many people, you have the people that say you can't punch right. Well, I prefer to say that we're punching down to the scammers. But you have other people that are just, I don't have the stomach for the infighting. Divided we fall. Well, we also fall if a cancer inside our body, even a small little speck, gets into our bloodstream and kills us. We still fall. We're still dead. So we have to extricate it. And the fact that you're saying we need to have fun at this, it's huge. So many people walked away from the fight because they couldn't stomach it, or they didn't want the attack. And I completely understand. I have no ill will towards anyone that does not want to have this fight, because there's enough of us out here that will. There's enough of us that are willing to just say, fuck it, man. Right is right. Right is fucking right. And look what we're dealing with this fucking other side. What are the options?
Here's one of the things that when you deal with, whether it's infighting or outfighting, one of the things is that one of the reasons why I will just, if somebody says something about me, I'll just say, okay, yeah, whatever, I'm that. Somebody calls me a felon, they can call me anything. I'll just say, yep, that's it. That's me. Because if you diffuse those problems immediately and you're used to dealing with them right as they pop up, they lose all their power. And that's when you're doing anything political, you have to realize that all of the attacks that come towards you are very empty and they are easily diffused. The only thing that gives them power is your reaction to it. So if you don't, and if people remember that all the time and just start to make it, because it's hard, you have to practice this. When somebody says to you that you said something dumb, you have to immediately, even if you're right and that person is wrong, make fun of yourself. It doesn't matter in the online hemisphere, because things move quick, things change. You can go back and say whatever you want later. None of it really matters. You can't let attacks slow you down, and they're the easiest thing to fend off, because it's like a shotgun approach most time with attacks online. They blast, they want to hit someone with a little bit of shrapnel. Just don't let them, just diffuse it immediately. It doesn't matter who it comes from. So anyone can do it, because I'm somebody who used to take attacks online very personally. Like I would say back in days of MySpace and whatnot, if somebody was critical of a post that I made, I would argue with them for days, sometimes back and forth. Never got me anywhere, and it made me sort of just constantly mad when I'm online. Now, look, the online stuff is great too, but we also, moving into the primary season, we got to get a good ground game. My biggest gripe with a lot of the grifters was that they took away from the ground game and the organizing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because they were trying to decode things that weren't a code.
They were sitting on their ass, trusting the plan.
Yeah, so that was one of my biggest gripes. And, we heard right up until the end, look, I know there's people that I talk to that like the Q stuff, and we got to just disagree on this. But, sitting around thinking that the midterms are safe is probably the worst idea out there. And turns out the midterms weren't safe. So
right.
I mean, we're up against an opponent that has a great ground game, and if we don't get,
and they're evil, and their imagination is evil. Where they're willing to go is crazy. I will just interject that Adam Gingrich told us in the MAGA fam on Scopes probably 8 months prior to the midterms that we had a 2/3 chance of losing. And it never got above 50-50 with Adam and his prediction on this. For one, he knew the demographics and how it lined up. And that's why we attacked Q, because that's exactly what we saw. It wasn't that we were trying to attack Q followers. We were trying to say, hey, trust Trump. Don't trust the plan. And while you're trusting Trump, get off your ass and call the DOJ and demand Jeff Sessions does something. Get off your ass and call your congressman and demand they do something. Make some phone calls. Do whatever you can do, because the ground game, it's more important than I ever thought. Now, what I know now compared to what I saw, how did Trump win without any of that?
Because the idea was new, and we had a chance to elect somebody that wasn't like anything we've ever seen.
And there was a lot of us, yep.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who weren't even that crazy on him, still aren't, that say, you know what, it was fun. And look, some of the things like, remember during the election, right, the Russian people put together a fake sort of protest where they pretended to arrest Hillary Clinton, had her in a jumpsuit, right? Or it was in Alabama or something. Look, Q people could have done that. They could have held fake tribunals, and call the media there. Who cares if people make fun of it and say you believe something dumb? Just have fun with it, and you will make. Look, if they had mock tribunals and they had people dressing up like Hillary and just held it somewhere in like a town square somewhere and called the local media, are you kidding me? That would probably be on the top of Drudge.
Right.
At that point, it doesn't matter if any of this stuff is real, because you're having fun and people are looking at you, and that's what we want. And I want people to stop looking at CNN. The only way we could do that is to discredit them. That's it. Destroying them. I don't care.
Absolutely. What happens with the Q thing, you reckon? Just your personal opinion.
I think it fades out.
It finally becomes, the wait becomes too long.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that with the Q stuff, I mean, I first went at this where I would go to followers of Q, and whatever claim they made, I would just try to have them walk me through it and prove it. One of the things is that they had claimed that they had access to pictures that no one else should have unless they had contact with the president.
The 1776 pen picture.
Right. Yeah. Which was quickly debunked. But even some of the other ones of like Trump walking onto Marine One, those came from the Associated Press feed, because Associated Press, Reuters, AFP, and a few others, what they have is they have photojournalists that take a few hundred or a few thousand pictures at an event, and then they just upload them up to their sites. And then if you're a news company, you could buy that photograph, and the vast majority go unused, right? If you're a photographer, you'll take 1,000 pictures, you want that one shot, right? So they would use ones that were never used before, and then they would post them, and they would make it look like it was some kind of exclusive photo. So one of the challenges that I put out when I think I did on Gab, I just said, listen, if you could find any photo that is exclusive that Q had that no one else had, look, I'll give you money. We'll put some money on this. And so far, I haven't even had one come close where I can't find it in one of those types of news feeds. So
10-4.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of based off what you just said, but the whole Gab thing, one of our biggest bitch is I'm watching Gab raise a lot of money. Glenn talks about it a lot. And their software, their entire setup sucks ass, and it's not improved in any way. And we have multi-billionaires that are conservative. There is a vacuum for conservative, or just a content where you're not going to be freaking, banned for being conservative or exercising your free speech. What the hell is up with Gab? Why do we not have that alternate platform yet?
So Gab has a few issues. The first would be the bad press that it got, because as soon as it opened and it was a place for Twitter refugees, of course you had a lot of unsavory characters there. So the media did a pretty good job of saying this is a neo-Nazi site. Now it's not. I've used Gap. Believe me, they are on there, but they're not the vast majority. If you go through you go through my feed. I can have you log in as myself. You can go through my feed. You won't see anything that's even borderline edgy. It's just by who I follow. So they got the bad press to start. They didn't have great infrastructure. Like you said, the site is kind of, it's lacking. And it seemed like they were trying for a while. And then of course we had the psychopath that shot up the synagogue, and all of that bad press. And of course it's a tragedy. I shouldn't just say all that bad press. That tragedy had a lot of people say, you know what, maybe I just don't want to be associated with this anymore. And their numbers were kind of dropping anyway. One of the reasons why is because if you get kicked off of Twitter, you could just come back and make a new account. I mean, you could use a Google Voice number and there you go. You got a new account and all of your friends are there, you know? So, I mean, I think that if Twitter turned into legitimately like Share Blue, then you would see those alternatives being utilized a lot more. Until then, I think we're stuck with Twitter. And, you know, I really wish Twitter would go back the way it was. It's not going to go that way, but that's okay because we have to get a little bit more creative and have some more fun. And we could do that. And we can make headway just like we did in 2016. You know, you got to play by the rules. They're their rules. They suck. But Gab's had a tough nut to crack. They have raised money. I don't know what they've done with it. I know one of the guys who helped build 8chan, he was talking about how he was trying to give Torba some advice in the very beginning, all around advice. You know, because this guy's been through it all. He runs another site called Kiwi Farms, which I'm not sure if you've ever heard of that.
No.
But Kiwi Farms is great because his motto is that you know, if the internet was actually free, then a place like Kiwi Farms wouldn't need to exist, right? Because they keep track of all these strange characters online and you could say whatever you want. Now, look, I'm not going to tell anybody that should be their new homepage, you know, but they touch on topics that most people can't go near or will be suspended or thrown off a platform if they tried to. So
I just typed in Kiwi Farms and got a McAfee website, slightly risky. Are you sure you want to go there? You're damn right I do. I accept this risk.
I think it might be okay. Actually, the guy who owns it, Josh, actually runs an ISP or a hosting company called 1776 Hosting, and he's basically says that he'll let you host whatever content as long as it's not child porn, and he will not bow to any sort of censorship or false DMCAs or anything like that, and it's fairly affordable. So I mean, he's a complete free speech advocate, and I think that's why he was trying to give Torba some help with Gab. From what I've heard from that conversation, that Torba didn't really take his advice, or at least not all of it. And I wish he did, because the guy who was giving the advice was somebody who has known and seen this for a while. You know, he's fought this battle running Kiwi Farms, the same battle that Andrew Torba's fighting with Gab. He's been fighting that fight for a long time. So I think that money was probably not used correctly. Advice wasn't taken that should have been taken, and bad press. And of course, a tragedy, I think, is what really hurt it the most.
Right. And that they don't miss an opportunity to jump on a tragedy and use it for their own, political agenda.
Well, right. And that's why, like, when I say, like, the thing with the Covington kids and the Black Israelite thing, look, those guys, they're going to exploit the media against us any way that we can. We should do the same. If they're going to set those rules, we should do the same thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. They set the rules. We have to play by them. We have to enforce and do this. It's easy. These guys are evil. I mean, they don't play by rules. We've seen they don't care how many lives they destroy to try and fit a narrative. We don't have to destroy lives, but enough of the fucking moral high ground that I'll just lose respectfully. Right. I won't go there. Screw that. We need fighters.
Well, if you notice too, even with the even with the current thing with the governor of Virginia, Northam, was it, with the blackface thing?
Yep.
I mean, something like that, where people were getting nailed left and right for being culturally insensitive to history and racism back and forth. And then as soon as that popped up, they want to defend it. It's like, listen, if you guys are going to set the rules, we're going to force you to play by them. And I think that's okay. I think that, not that I think it's okay completely, but I mean, I deal with it. Like, okay, these are the rules now. You set them down. You can't complain when we start hitting you. And we need to be a little stronger on it. So when they break the rules that they've set for us,
right,
we can't let off. It's got to be full throttle. And realistically, I think it was more of a distraction against the abortion bill. I kind of think that they might have released it on their own, to be honest with you.
I said that early on, that I thought it was a demo. I didn't know why. I didn't really think about, I figured because of the abortion bill shit that they said, you know what, we got to get rid of this guy right now. And look, we got this, Obama acolyte lieutenant governor that's even farther left than Northam is. This is going to work out great for us.
Yeah.
Of course, that hasn't worked out as planned.
No, and the thing is too is that as soon as we got past the issue with the blackface thing, we should have went right back to hitting the abortion thing hard. And we don't get any help from our side of the aisle on the media on that. Like Fox will mention it a little bit, and of course Hannity will hit on it, but other than that, we're fighting for ourselves. Drudge will probably hit it. Drudge is probably the last staple in
even sometimes we're like, what the fuck is up with Drudge?
No, I know. I've heard that from people before too, but I'm not off Team Drudge yet, because he understands the digital information world and how it's a battlefield. I mean, you see how many times he updates his stuff, what he chooses to headline, what he makes a big deal about, and the amount of page views that he gets. He understands the battle, so nobody's perfect. Look, there's going to be times. Yeah, you're gonna be following me. You're gonna see me say something and go, "Whoa, what is he?"
Right?
Yeah, it's okay though. I mean, it happens. It's just something we have to deal with. Like when I have people that follow Q that I'm friendly with, look, we just have to disagree on that. It's okay.
Absolutely. It's the one thing that still remains on our side, as long as we allow it to, is that healthy debate. The ability to be able to disagree with Stu and not think that Stu's a fucking racist because he disagrees with me. The left doesn't have that. They basically have, if you don't go toe the line exactly with what they say, then you're ostracized, period.
Right.
You toe the line or you're out. And we have to keep that. We have to have that healthy debate. For a long time, I felt sorry for Q people. And then I hit that stage of, just fuck them. If they're that dumb, and I realized that I was going about that completely the wrong way. I was being way too harsh to people at the end of the day who just want to see some fucking justice done. You know what I mean? And that's why things like that 1776 Q thing, which is a lot of them hang their hat on, that no one else could have done that except for Trump himself. It was debunked. And if you didn't see it, Trump does his 7 completely different than the 7 on that paper, and that proved that how Trump writes shit, it wasn't Trump that wrote that. And I'm not trying to, change people's minds about Q, but I think there's a better tact now, and I don't go after the Q followers. I go after the bakers that know it's bullshit, that know they're misleading people, and they don't care. It's all about how many Patreons they have, how much PayPal money they got coming in every month. And it's working out good for the likes of Praying Medic and Tracy Beans and Pamphlet and On and, some of these other folks.
Well, one of the things too is that I agree with you. I was going pretty hard after them too. My initial strategy was back in January or February of last year, so a year ago now, I started telling the Q people, I'm like, listen, I'm going to do my best to have every news outlet in the world cover you and basically make fun of this whole thing. That's what we're going to do. And they laughed. They said, you can't do anything. You're one guy. What are you going to do? Well, if you look at the timeline from after I said that, I could show you the conversations that I've had with journalists right at that point, and then you'll see their stories pop up. Boom, boom, boom. And the reason why, I'll tell you what motivated me to do that was well, one of the biggest motivations was I saw that certain people were starting to get hurt by this. And there's a girl on Twitter that I follow. I forget who did the article. I think it was GQ, maybe. Her name is Kimmer Up, I think. I'll retweet something of hers later, and I'll show you guys. But the thing is that she was the subject of an article where her boyfriend followed this stuff, and she was starting to get worried with his level of involvement in it. And I will tell you one thing, she would not have those real concerns if her boyfriend was somebody who was doing YouTube videos and making a living off of it. She would say, who cares if you're into this stuff? You know, it's working. So it's the real world people who are getting hurt. And then we start seeing people that are having armed standoffs on the Hoover Dam. We see people intentionally setting wildfires. We see a guy who was even thinking about trying to maybe even assassinate the president, and they're all cute. It's like, holy cow, we got to get back to a normal sort of view of this whole belief system. And I think the vast majority of the people that follow the Q stuff are good people. They're on our side, and they're not way out there. So we have to bring them with us too as we start getting into the whole primary season and into election season. They got to come with us, and we could just choose if they want to keep believing that stuff. We could just choose to not talk about it, or if we go to rallies with them, you know, let them throw up a Q sign or whatnot, and who cares? It's a dead issue. I'm not going to believe it. The guy who believes it's not going to be told any different until it fades away. Let's get past it, you know. Oh, I think you're muted.
My hypothesis on the Q thing was that, you know, of course, Dreamcatcher, Microchip, I don't know exactly what DeFango's involvement was. I've heard him say things that I thought were, you know, a little off. But when they let it go and said, wow, this is getting a life of its own, the scammers and bakers and everything picked it up. But I think there was a certain spot where the liberals themselves picked it up. Do you think that happened?
Well, one of the, absolutely. I know what happened.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, some of the people, like, for example, here's another one. Remember I told you about the girl that knows this whole network on Twitter, the girl you had to unblock, Jennifer TX girl?
Right.
She was the one that realized something was wrong with the JFK Jr. profile known as the real R Anon. She's like, something's not right. She goes, I looked way back in his tweets and he's pushing solar panels, and I think he was
yeah, I've seen that. That was her.
Yeah. She's the one that found that, and I was like,
pleasure to meet this one. I've definitely followed you now. So
yeah, she's sharp as hell, and she knows this stuff better than probably anyone, and she's not that vocal about it. She seems to talk with people and say, look, you know what's going on here? And most people say no, and she'll go, well, let me show you. And it's pretty amazing. But she was the one that said, this guy doesn't seem like he's definitely not JFK Jr. We know that, you know, but she goes, I think it's even worse. I think he's a Green Party socialist. So I looked at it and I said, you're right. This is a former candidate for either Congress or Senate named Ray Parrish. It's absolutely his account. He changed the name and latched on to the Q stuff. And as a matter of fact, he even tried to hijack part of the movement because he called himself the real R Anon, R being the letter that comes after Q, right? And he did it at a time when Q wasn't posting. Now, he's amassed a decent following. He was in his other business outside of this, he was pushing affiliate links through Twitter to make money off of the clicks, right? So now before this, he had no network. After this, he's got a huge network. So it doesn't matter if he blasts out, 5 or 6 affiliate links a week, he's going to get clicks on it. It's going to make money, and when I finally put that together and outed it with her help, mostly it's basically all her, but I just found the old username and made the connection. He had to deactivate. Twitter contacted him and told him that he couldn't use Vincent Fusco, who's a GOP delegate in Pennsylvania, that he couldn't use his face and call himself Vincent Fusco on Twitter because he's not. It's identity theft. So,
right.
And that's one of many scams of the grifters amongst this whole movement, and it's all going to come out. It's just, it takes a long time.
Yeah, I made my first Trump rally because I live in Idaho. The Trump doesn't exactly come close. And he never gives you notice when he's coming. So, before the election, he came to Washington within about 6 hours of me, and I couldn't get off. But my first Trump rally was in Great Falls, Montana, and it was 7 months ago, and I was first in line, which was pretty fucking awesome. I drove 9.5 hours, me and my lady, got there long before anyone else did. But while I was in line, this group came up with shirts that said, "Who is Q?" And they were T-shirts that someone had put the, I don't know, some kind of drizzle they put on it that hardens up so you can put your homemade writing on these shirts. And I shit you not, Doug, they had about 50 or 60 of these shirts, and they weren't selling them. They were going to every single person in that line and said, "Hey, have you heard of Q? Hey, have you heard of Q?" And so I got out my camera and did a video and was doing a live Periscope from there, and I pointed these people out to them. The guy was wearing a Ron Paul Evolution shirt, and my first reaction was that these people are not just like liberal, they are Green Party, they're along that ilk, they're not fucking MAGA. The minute I started disputing what they were saying, they scooted on by me. But they literally went to the few hundred people in that line and talked to every single one of them about Q. Yep. Every single, and they knew nothing about Q. Right. Oh, he's some guy that works with the president and blah, blah, blah. And at that moment, I was like, wow, something has taken over the Q. Something nefarious. Because who gives away 50 fucking T-shirts? Trying to get a T-shirt, shown in a rally or whatnot. And from that rally on, from the Great Falls rally, it was a build. Every rally, you've seen it on Right Side Broadcasting. Yeah. Q, who is Q? And that, it's all my scopes are still there. That was my thought. My MAGA fam pretty much agreed, and we came to that conclusion that, wow, this has been hijacked. And it's been hijacked not just by scammers and grifters. It's being hijacked by the left to use as an agenda against us.
Well, I'll tell you, it was really hard for me to find writers who even wanted to profile it, because, some of them were pretty candid with me. They're like, look, this looks really bad for your side. It's kind of funny, but, I don't want to challenge it. The rule is you don't, when your opponent is hurting himself, you don't try to stop it. And some of them come off as objective people, and they try to be. I'm talking about people who are ideologically left. I think the vast majority of the writers that I know who are left wing they really think they're being objective, and they're not bad people. But when they started seeing the Q thing, and I started telling them about it, they're like, we're not going to touch this. This is hysterical, And imagine if the left had something like this. You could point to like Antifa, because Antifa is nuts, even though I guess
wow,
Zero says I'm Antifa now. So, okay, whatever. I guess I'll be that
Antifa.
Now. Yeah. But the thing was that they never wanted to really touch it. However, now I might get a lot of crap for saying this, but some of the people like Will Sommer of the Daily Beast, look, I will never agree with Will Sommer on probably anything ideologically, but he realizes that he could write about it, challenge it, have fun with it, and he could still be himself. So he's doing what you and I are telling others they need to do. They need to take a look at something, have fun with it, brush off any type of criticism, move on, and who cares? And that's, so he's able to do that. And a few other, like Mike Rothschild's another one that does it. But for the vast majority, a lot of times the things that we make mistakes with or we need to clean up, a lot of times our opponents won't out it for us. And the reason is they just want us to melt down. So that's why
they want to use it against us at another time.
Or that too. Right. So you could actually see with the Q movement, it was in December of 2017, you could actually see the people that came in and hijacked it, because what they first started doing was they actually went to DeFango, the guy who calls himself VIP Anon, and he, at the rallies and whatnot, the VIP badges, his whole shtick is that he's a VIP because he's special and in the Q movement. Supposedly, that's what a lot of people think. Now, that's not the case. He came onto the scene, and he was one of the people who started prodding DeFango and asking him how he knew that the 8chan posts weren't official Q posts. This is before he's anyone. So he already knows going into this that people are going to question the 8chan posts of Q. So they ask DeFango, you know, how do you know this is not real? How do you know it's not legitimate? You know? And you actually see all of their interactions online growing, right? People who are nobodies. December 2017, they're tweeting stuff out that's QAnon. They got nothing going on, maybe one retweet, one like, or nothing. And then after that, it's, you know, 500 retweets. They're getting, you know, a couple hundred followers a day.
Oh, so put that in a Periscope at that time, because I did, and others did, and it was amazing. It was amazing the amount of trolls and the amount of people that would come into your room. Glenn's joked about it. You know, what if a year ago on every MNN broadcast, he just said, "Who is Q?"
Right.
He'd probably have, you know, 200,000 subs, you know, with his personality and everything else, because so many people. Now, how did that work? How did that work that when you put Q in a title of something, that many people, was it just the interest in Q at the time, or did they generate that interest, or did they make it appear that it was being generated?
It's a little bit of all three of those. So there was genuine interest to begin with, that was starting to grow. You also had people who were pushing it, and they were creating the additional interest. Now, I think some of the things that are going to come out, especially around this entire network very soon, ironically, that seem to be fighting for Zero and Ann, are part of that. I could be wrong, but it's starting to look like that. But it was and is a network that needs to sustain itself. If those accounts went down and all of them went away, or they found something new to push, this would collapse overnight. So I don't think there's enough actual real followers to keep it going without the artificial side of it.
Right. Right, Praying Medic's a perfect example. When Praying Medic got into Q, he had 10,000 followers.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, a few months later, I see on YouTube videos by Praying Medic that had 300,000 views.
Right.
I don't think those were legit. I think, you know, he got a lot of views, but I think, you know, like 0 Hour, when he transferred accounts, he has 14,000, 15,000 followers. He doesn't carry them anymore. But you do one of those, what is it, an audit, a follower audit, and you've seen that 10 or 12,000 of those were bought. Another guy in here right now, 33 Rule, actually showed on a live Periscope how to buy followers, and he upped his following from, you know, 30 or 40 people watching his Periscope into tens of thousands.
Yeah,
live on the air. And
that's a real part of this online presence and grifting. Like, but a lot of people will use it for semi-legitimate reasons. Like if you're just coming out and you wanted to blow some story wide open,
right?
Is it ethical to buy 10,000 followers and then blow this story out because it may give the impression that you're somebody important? I don't know. I mean, I would say no, but other people might, and I can make the argument.
But it depends what it is. If I'm doing that with an angel parent interview,
right,
then I'm going to get more looks on something that I feel. So I'm not going to put a moral line on it, except for the fact that they did it for illegitimate reasons. They did it to make it appear that they had a bigger following. And boy, if 10, 15,000 people or 300,000 people watch this, it must be good. I've got to check this out.
Right.
That's what makes your video that got over 400,000 or 500,000 hits, and you had 30 YouTube subs. That's what makes that amazing. Because that's real.
Now, one thing you have to realize too is that we are fighting a digital war too. I mean, not that you have to realize, you know that. So these things, they try to curb these organic grassroots types of things from taking off if it doesn't suit their needs. Now, realistically, it's probably a little harder to do that now as opposed to last year. But if we stay creative and vigilant, we'll get around it. Twitter has an algorithm that seems to not be very friendly to us, so we'll just break it. I mean, it's a code. There's a way around it.
Well, yeah, isn't that what Microchip? Because I followed him before he got banned, and I rejoiced the way he seemed to make. It's like he broke their freaking algorithm all the time. And
No,
they were like changing their algorithm to defeat him, and they couldn't. And I could never understand the why of it, how he was accomplishing that. But maybe you could shed some light on that. You said it's an algorithm, and you just got to figure out how to break it. How would you do that?
Oh, geez, I don't. That's way out of my wheelhouse. He
enough.
knows how to do that, and he's done interviews about that. But that's absolutely what he did. Is he figured out how to break the system, and I'm sure if he needed to do it again, he could do it again, no matter how much they change up. From what I've heard from him, I think he's a full stack developer. I think he knows just about everything that's going on. He's in different groups. I've read some interviews with him, and it just, if you have that mindset on how to break something because you've built things in this fashion, then it's probably pretty easy. So, what I would like to do, I wish he would share some of the details of those tactics, especially as we move into election season, because we could definitely use it.
Right. Yeah, and that's 2 points. First thing, because reading all of the hate against you by the left, you're automatically lumped in as the alt-right, which means that you are a white supremacist, an anti-Semite, and an all-around vile piece of shit, through their narrative. And that's I wanted to ask this earlier, just to get it out there for the people that are watching Douglas Stewart for the first time and are reading some of the mainstream media's opinion of him. It doesn't seem like you, but in your own words, you're obviously not an anti-Semite or a racist. But there is a lot of that in the alt-right movement, and
there is,
and that's where does that draw the line for you, or just tell us who you are, so people will not even question it.
Well, one of the things is that for some reason, whenever I'll pop into like alt-right discords, they throw me out immediately, and I save screen caps. As soon as I pop up, people go, "What are you doing here? Get them out of here, ban them," and they usually do, or I just leave on my own. My deal is that, first of all, when I've stuck around those groups to try to talk with people, any philosophical argument I have with them, they will approach it and say, well, me as a socialist, as a national socialist. And I'm like, well, you're not on the right. You're not right wing. I'm sorry. I know you've bought into that and the horseshoe theory, but the horseshoe theory is horse crap. It is. And I'll tell you why. It was developed basically to be able to say from academia, our bad guys are actually your guys. So they literally have to bend it 180 degrees to try to fit people in on the right. And they go, oh, see, but they're on your side of the aisle. They're just really close to our unsavory characters. And I say, I'm sorry, that's not correct.
Like Richard Spencer, he's definitely not a conservative.
No, he's not. And the thing is that they might try to steal a few ideas, but they're not at their core. I mean, you look at some of the things that they want, all it is it's the same thing as the left, but they just add for white people on it. That's what they say. So, national health care. Yes, we want a great national health care system, taxpayer funded for white people. That's what they say.
Make like, America white again.
Right. And it's just ridiculous. So one of the things that I love throwing at people is that my last name, Stewart, most people don't know this, but I'll tell you right now, my family background is actually from Eastern Europe and Russia, and our last name was changed. So most of our stock is actually from Russian Jews. No, I'm serious.
So there's the Russian in the room. Damn it, we found him.
That's right. So they left that country and came here, and then later the name got changed. But so I'm not Scottish or whatever the last name Stewart is. My grandfather actually took that name when his mother, my great grandmother, remarried. So we have no Stewart connection. If you search, if I do 23andMe, the Stewarts don't go back farther than generations. So, but yeah,
Stewart Netzel-Skyoff.
Yeah. But no, I've always thinking that so anti-Semitism is one of the easiest things to get away with, and I don't think it's very creative. It's kind of cringe, and there's a lot of that for the people that latch on to the right. But the weird thing is that there's a line between as the sort of Chan culture melded into like Twitter, Gab, and Facebook. What happened, what got lost is that people trolling and shitposting is different in those environments than it is on Twitter and Facebook and all those other places, because you'll see something on Twitter that would be perfectly acceptable or realized as you're just trying to poke fun at somebody or get them going. But when you see it on Twitter, it's like, holy crap, they're trying to push this terrible message to this mass audience.
Right.
So I think the environment matters.
Yeah.
Either way, I don't.
Go ahead, finish your thought. Sorry about that.
I mean, I don't, I don't partake in it anyway, but if I see somebody posting some sort of weird cartoon on the chans, I know that they're just doing it to get people to react, and it'll die literally, because the way they move, those posts will die within a few minutes. Whereas somebody puts it on Twitter, it's there forever, and they're going to reach a much larger audience who doesn't know that they're just trying to get a reaction out of someone. So
right. Well, the chans started the whole OK symbol being a white racist, white power. You can kind of see it. Because I remember that. And I remember them laughing. And you know what? That is accepted reality to MSM.
Right.
The OK symbol is a racist symbol, period. And it was a fucking joke that they even said, hey guys, let's have some fun. Right. Let's fucking make this ridiculous statement. And now it's become a fact. So I can see where those things, and the good old trolling is great. And the people on the know are awesome. There's people walking around right now that think anybody doing this is a racist.
That's right.
And some people I know won't even do that. They don't believe it's racist, but they don't want to be lumped into that.
Right. So there is a downside to having fun and getting things over on a large scale. I think for the most part, though, I can live with the small percentage of idiots who still think that this is a white power symbol. That's fine.
Right.
Look, yeah, they're at this point where they're invested far enough into it to where they're not going to probably change their mind, or if they do, they'll do it quietly and not tell you until the next time it comes up. That's fine. I'm okay with that small percentage being totally duped, because the people that we really want to get through to, the main message, are in the know and they know what's going on. So
right.
I'm okay with that, but that's really where my spirit of messing with people comes from. I mean, I used to be on the chans many years ago, probably like 2007, 2008. And we used to have a lot of fun. Like there was a website called Habbo Hotel, right? It was like an instant messenger type video game where you could interact with other little characters. And they started banning a certain character with an afro, and the admins would say you were banned because you were black, right? So we took to the chans. We're like, dude, this was actually just 4chan, but we're like, dude, we got to go get them. So we all made the same avatars, went in there and just started messing with people until the admins had to keep banning us all. And it was great. It was a lot of fun because it was a fight. It was a fight back against what was perceived racism. You know what I mean? Now, for anyone outside of that, if they see imagery from those type of operations and those jokes, they won't know what to think of it, just like they don't know what to think of this, even after the fact. And that's okay. I don't care, really. I think it's minor. Oh, you're muted again.
I told you I do that a lot. It makes sense. The platform, showing context to the message or where people take it. Because I was never into Reddit, but a friend of mine introduced me about 4 years ago, and he introduced me to, I think the guy's name is Ken, and he's probably the most famous troll on Reddit that nobody, most people don't know about, and he just comes off with the most craziest shit, like baby murder is wrong because you really need to clean them and skin them and eat them, shit like that. And it was just, do a Reddit. I think his name is Ken. I think it's Ken with an initial afterwards. I forget, but it introduced me to the world, and most everybody of the world of trolling, most everybody on Reddit knows this guy. And they just laugh at the reactions that he gets out of people. You're a fucking animal. You're blah, blah, blah. And he hits everything except for political. I don't see him do much in the political realm. It's other ways, but this guy obviously has spent a decade just trolling people for fun, and it never went beyond. And no one's thinking that he's an actual baby eater. But I can see him putting that toast on Twitter, and I see what you're saying. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, one of the things that like I said, sometimes you'll see me say crazy things. Like, I mean, just probably a couple months ago, I just put a tweet out and I said, "Hey, listen, sorry guys, I think Islam's going to win." That's it. I just leave it at that. Okay. Now, the people that go ballistic over that are usually people on the right. They'll direct message me and say, "What the hell do you mean by that? What are you talking about? Why would you even say that?" And my response will be like, "Listen, just deal with it. It's okay." Just know
what do you mean it's okay?
Right. So, but I only do that. I do it, 1, to gauge reactions, and then 2, to see how far I can keep up with it. And then sometimes 3, how much people will hang around you before they get it. And they say, okay, you're just messing with me. Some people get really worked up, and that's okay. I want to make sure that, especially since most of my following is on the right, I want to say things that piss the right off, because I want them to say, what do you mean by this? What's going on? Because I don't want them to get caught in that bubble, because right now we have this entire community to ourselves almost, and you haven't heard anything from outside of it that might irritate you. So I'm going to try to do that every once in a while, and I hope you don't unfollow me or block me because of it. I hope you say to me, "Hey, screw you," because then we're getting.
Well, yeah, you're kind of stimulating the conversation on that topic. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense, and it's funny to see some of the reactions. You have fun at the same time, because there's so many people out there that are that you get to separate and find out who some of your followers are.
And look, that's okay too. A lot of stuff goes over my head, but I'm the type of person where I will ask you about it. I'll say, what the hell do you mean by this? What's going on? And most of the times I'll do it publicly. But look, the whole thing is that, especially even with like 0 Hour and them, look, I'm going to have fun with this. And, it sucks that you're going to be on the receiving end of this, but look, we're all going to have a lot of fun. And if you can't deal with it, leave,
Right. Well, yeah, he threatens it, all the time. But it's like, we didn't even have to really, harp on those guys. I have so much footage we could play, and it's kind of old hat, but it's kind of already a foregone conclusion that these scumbags are defeated. So it's going to be fun watching them burn down. I mean, I'm sure Glenn will come up with some great video montages of the destruction of that entire crew. But looking ahead, because it seems to me that this group that you're involved with is committed to Trump 2020, to MAGA, and to making our country great again. What do you see? I mean, I've already seen a little bit, and heard a little bit. We're in for a tough road. It's going to be one hell of a fight. Where do you envision the future, and where can people, everyday people like me and everyday people who are listening to this, where can they put their efforts to make the most maximum change? How can we help accomplish this goal?
Well, let me take that apart, because there's a couple questions in there.
Yeah, I'm good at that.
That's okay. It's fine. So the first one is, where do you think we're going? Did you mean in regards to this very next election coming up and what we're up against?
Yeah, that's our first thing. Less than 2 years away. And that's the most critical as far as I'm concerned. If we lose 2020, then as far as I'm concerned, MAGA's in bad shape.
Yeah, we will be. And we probably won't get another president from the private sector again, probably in our lifetimes, even if he wins 2020. So we're going to be stuck with some swamp monsters. Where it's going, it's kind of tough to say. Like I've talked to a few people who are going to be handling some of the social media stuff coming up to the election, and it doesn't look pretty. I mean, they're building up networks that are ready to go online, and they're more sophisticated. So it's going to be a tough battle. Now, I have mixed feelings on that, because I feel like we've become antisocial with social media. So part of me wants those things to come online and force us to be human again and actually talk to each other, because it'll be so painful to try to deal with the interactions that you're getting and the marauding against you online, that you'll actually just seek out real people and talk to them. So I have mixed feelings on that, but I think we're in for a tough battle online. On the ground, we'll always be in for a tough battle, and I really would love to see, even if it's the Q folks or just regular conservatives, get together and start planning more meetups and getting creative with things that they could do to even draw local media attention, and something fun like the fake Hillary Clinton arrest. Who cares if the other side laughs at you? Just do it. Get the cameras there, make a scene basically, but be positive about it and be all encompassing. All those independents that do like Trump, we have to really make sure that we hold on to them this time around, because they're the ones that are going to waver. And we brought them once in 2016, almost by accident. This time we have to actually do it. So when these guys start doing real world activism, I don't think that it's as, that the conservatives are going to show up for the most part, unless they're never Trumpers.
Right.
Which you want to focus on the person that voted for Obama 2 times, but then also voted for Trump. That's the guy you want to make be one of the event organizers, and if they're creative, just bring them, just sign them up and say, hey, we're going to do something fun this day. It could be a canned food drive. It could be anything,
maybe a name change drive. We can all change our name to Clinton or Comey. That way we never have to deal with any of the Justice Department laws and those stupid rules again.
There we go. They make it an untouchables rally where everybody comes there and they, I don't know, all either dress up like her or pretend to be her, or wear name tags and say, hey, from this day forward, I'm untouchable. I can do anything I want.
The Untouchables. I love it.
But you could do that even with any sort of political action or community action. So you could take things that people do normally together as groups and bring in the political aspects slightly. You don't want to push people away, because I know myself, I don't like attending political events. I actually almost lost a job for refusing to go cover one. They're just not my thing. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that these activities are something that aren't strictly political, but you want the presence there of the message that you want to push. So you want to push the Trump thing. Yeah. So it's going to sound a little propagandistic. Is that even a word? It's kind of late. Okay, it's kind of late, so I'm slurring my words.
Right.
But it's something where the real world activism needs to not be the in your face with signs and screaming about whatever you think is right or correct, but just sort of melding it in just a little bit to real world things and just be all inclusive. I've heard some of the guys talk about how we really do need to spread out, and when we spread out, the first area that we hit are going to be the independents, because we don't want to lose them to the left. And since the left is the default for so many areas, we have to work extra hard for that. So if people get creative, I think like you guys have done, meetups for certain things, I mean, I can't tell you off the top of my head what would be the best thing to do for an event, but any event with, you guys involved when you do meetups, bring in as many people as you can who might not be so political. So you could sort of form a fellowship there with them. And as far as what was the second part of the question that you asked me?
Well, I'd like to see a prediction, just your gut on what you think. I know we got a tough fight ahead, just a gut prediction on where you think, we can go as far as making our country great again, 2020 and beyond. But also, how can the average Joe, like me and others listening, have an effect, a real effect on this whole thing? And you've partly answered that.
Yeah, I've answered the real world part, at least as best that I could, because I'm not really a political guy, not so much. But I'm definitely not a strategist. I'm not somebody like who's your friend from Pennsylvania? What's his name?
Gingrich, Adam Gingrich.
Yeah. I'm not somebody that's been in this game forever and I could, organize these things. But I will tell you that the real world stuff needs to be done by people who are experienced with real world organizing. The online stuff is actually easier than we think. And I think part of that might come from finding a good group that's very welcoming and joining up with them. And that means, again, you got to have some tough skin because you're not going to agree with everybody. But if we start pulling in people that are in the middle, what we want to do is we want to isolate the left and the far left. We have to make it look like it's a very far distance away from where the people in the middle are. And the only way we could do that is by pulling them in a little bit closer. So, I mean, some of the groups that popped up in 2016 that were online, they were pushing Trump, and a lot of them, some were independents, libertarians, conservatives. They ran the gamut, and we really need to grab those people again. So any sort of online fellowship that will help push messages, just try to join up with them and try not to take anything personal and have fun.
Awesome. That's awesome, because I can see where in our own way, without even knowing, we've been doing a lot of that stuff, and we can push it. For some reason, I was gravitated once I met Sabina Durden to doing angel parent interviews, because that's a story that's not told. It's a tough story. My audience usually dropped in half for my live viewers, and my replay viewers would pick up, because not everybody can sit and hear 3 hours of, tragedy or what's happened and whatnot. But I feel that's a very important spot to push it out. And I've seen in other realms where people are doing this. I mean, Laura, you said crazy. Somebody just mentioned it. Laura Loomer climbing fucking Nancy Pelosi's wall.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy shit. We could probably go for 6 fucking hours and still not hit everything I even come close to talking to. So I want you to commit, Doug. Have you had fun tonight? Can we do this again? Yeah, because we didn't hit the fact that you went to war with Glenn fucking Beck. We haven't. There's a lot of things that we haven't hit. The fact that you covered the Vegas massacre and was in Vegas right after it happened. As a credentialed reporter. So there's a lot of things I definitely want to get into, but I don't want to keep you up all night either. I know it's like damn near 2 where you're at.
Yeah, it's getting a little late.
It is. I can't believe how fast the last 4 hours have flown. Absolutely amazing. Is there anything in closing that you want to say to the folks that are listening? Anything that you wanted to bring up tonight that you didn't?
I think for all the topics that we've touched on, I think we've been pretty good with it. So we'll leave it off with, we'll agree to do it again, and we'll touch on the funny Glenn Beck stories and some other things like that you just brought up, and that'll be a lot of fun. I think people will have a blast.
Absolutely. I want to thank you for coming in and giving us this much time. I mean, this is like a Joe Rogan fucking podcast, except, interesting. I can't take that back. There's been some great podcasts that I've enjoyed from Joe Rogan, but I just, with a 20-minute, 30-minute show or a segmented 48 minutes with 12 minutes, you just can't get into shit. And when you tell me something, then I get another question and another question. And you've been gracious, and you fielded everything, dude. So, 100% appreciate you coming in. I cannot wait to join forces with you and your group and fellow MAGA patriots to make this country great again.
Let's do it.
Like I said, when I'm stoked about it, because there's more than just us out there. Wow, man. All I can say is thanks. I hope everybody appreciated Doug. You can follow him at Ghost of Stew on Twitter. That's capital G, capital H, 05, small t, S, capital S, TEU. I think I got that right. I have definitely typed that in a whole bunch into search terms and follow. It's a fun account to follow, because it's obvious you're having a fucking blast. And even the fact you're playing chess while these guys are playing checkers, it's you're having a lot of fun with it, and you're doing it the right way. We're going to have a lot more fun in the future. I can absolutely see it. So I want to say thanks. If you'll hang on the line, I'm going to put up a song and play everybody out. Thanks everybody for coming in for another crazy episode of Pandamonium. You never know where it's going to go. You always know I'm going to mute myself at least 4 times during the scope, and I'm probably going to start late. But, at least I wasn't called out as a fucking lying, scamming grifter like Ann Vandersteel was by the President of the United States.
Bye,
so, I forgot to say this earlier. Hi, Brandon. Everybody say, bye, Stu. Thanks for coming in, bud. And I'm going to play you guys out with my all-time favorite song that was at the RNC convention by a band who I really can't find, but it's the Make America Great Again song. So you guys have a awesome night, and we'll see you on the next Pandemonium coming soon. Peace, fam. Should have had this probably already up before I did that, but you know me, I like to do this shit on the fly.
I'm going to give you the Stream Deck, the thing to buy, so you can do that. It'll make your life so much easier.
Awesome. Thanks, Stu.
You're
we will see
welcome.
you very soon, bud, and we'll talk right before you go.
Sure.
Damn thing. Don't you just hate dead air?
Sometimes. Not always.
Here we go.
Everybody stay standing for a little while. It's time to stand up and be counted. We were founded as a land of the free, home of the brave. Let's put our hands up, cover our hearts and pledge the flag. Oh, and take this country back to where it was in better days. We're gonna build it up stronger than we've ever been. Once we get started, we're gonna win. We're gonna make America great, make America great again. We're gonna make America great, make America great again. Yes, we are. We are one nation under God. Oh, and steadfast we can stand together as one. We're gonna build it up stronger than we've ever been. Once we get started, we're gonna win. We're gonna make America great, make America great again. We're gonna make America great, make America great again. We're gonna build it up stronger than we've ever been. Once we get started, we're gonna win. We're gonna make America great, make America great again. Yes, we are. We're gonna make America